Looking at the clock, gotta get to work now. Good morning. Searching my heart, looking at the clock, gotta get to work now. Good morning. Paid all my bills, got a few meals, gotta get to work now. Good morning. My bad, I done flipped out, but thank you for waking me up. Got a bad phone call, they tryna mess my day up. I'm on borrowed time, and now you don't play. You're not too clean, hella feel away too clean. Sunlight shine on ING, too clean, too clean. Hella feel away too clean. Sunlight shine in ING, too clean. Hella feel away too clean. Woke up to feel hot. Stepped outside, took a deep breath. Life smell better than it used to. Got a new walk, new attitude. I can tell this ain't what they used to. Seen an old friend at the bar, I didn't go in like I used to. My bad, I say it again. Thank you for waking me up. Got a bad phone call, they tryna mess my day up. I'm on borrowed time, and now you don't play. You're not too clean, hella feel away too clean. Sunlight shine on ING, too clean. Too clean, y'all feel away too clean. Sunlight shine in ING, too clean. Y'all feel away. Good morning. Woke up to feel hot.
Good morning, yawning, at the crack of dawning. Woke up feeling right, praise got me feeling like Abba, father, walking, son of, me and Q smiling like we the real Israelites. Take a couple of these two scripts and I'm on. Have you singing melodies? Abba, father, hallelujah. Should have been dead, I'm alive on my knees. Good morning.
Too clean, hella feel away too clean. Sunlight shine on ING, too clean, too clean. Y'all feel away too clean. Sunlight shine in ING, too clean. Y'all feel away. Good morning. Woke up to feel hot. Too clean, hella feel away too clean. Sunlight shine on ING, too clean, too clean. Y'all feel away too clean. Sunlight shine in ING, too clean. Y'all feel away. Good morning. Woke up to feel hot.
Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings. How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today? Look here. Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. Can y'all hear me? Because for some reason I can't hear myself. Can y'all hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, for some reason you can. Okay, y'all can hear me, man. Hey, look. And this battle behind the scene is crazy, you know what I'm saying? So Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. Greet, peace and blessings to everybody out there. But y'all, thank you for coming on. Once again, you know, this is a day that the Most High has made, man. We're going to rejoice in it regardless of the anvils they trying to drop on our heads and backstage. But look, we just try to do this thing. Man, we appreciate everybody from coming on. Man, that video y'all just saw, of course, was your PQ called Good Morning, featuring my brother, Jay Lutch. He's in the building. What's going on, Jay Lutch?
Hey, Shabbat shalom, shalom, shalom. Grateful to be here amongst the brethren on this grateful day that the Most High has made, a day of rest. I'm excited, doing good things, living life. I'm grateful to be here, fam. Hallelujah.
Speaking of great things, man, this brother's doing some great things. But before we do that, hey, since we're gonna break the protocol a little bit, you know, let's go ahead and introduce our sister. Like, why do we say introduce? Like they don't know the hair wrap. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, sis. Let them know who what's going on.
Oh, I'm just known as a lady with the hair wrap, right? No, shalom, shalom, people. Listen, technical difficulties was at an all-time high today. Forgive us for this. This is beyond tardiness. We in a whole different time slot. But all praises to the Most High. I am your PQ. If you do not know me, of course, this could be the Off Limits podcast, but it ain't got nothing to do with us today. It got something to do with our great guest Ron Dalton and another guest brother Moody. They coming up. They got some things going on. Of course, Lauren's on the flyer. You know how that go. But
Oh
Shalom,
no,
it's nice to
that
see you
look
all
like
again.
that look like someone. He's on the flyer.
He
Is
down there now.
she's somewhere in
Run
there
keep
inside of. She's somewhere in there inside of the ink. So
Run keep putting up these 8-year old pictures of my brother here. We gonna have to update these pictures, Run. But shalom, family. We totally love you guys and forgive us for this time that has lapsed. But we here.
yeah,
Shalom.
yeah. Forgive us. We live in the Eastern time zone, but yet operating in the Central time zone for some odd reason. But either way, man, look, I got a surprise for y'all, man. My brother been doing this album for like 30 years, you know what I'm saying? And he's 35 years old. So he's been doing this album for 30 years. That's that's how long this brother been doing this album.
I
But
know you
anyway,
not. I know
He's
you
such a
not.
troll. Like he's such a troll.
I know you not. I know you not.
He's such a troll.
man,
Lou,
that
it's a
was his
technical difficulty.
you know how like 5 years, when I was 5, my favorite thing was, man, I wanted a Lamborghini, you know what I'm saying? So his aspiration was when he was 5, I got to do an album called Pulse, but it took 30 years. So but anyways, man, hey, this is my brother Jay Lutch. Man, this man got a story. I mean, when you listen to this new album he's about to drop soon, man. Look, hey, your pod can talk about how we believe, man, he done put his toenail, his fingernail. I talk about he just like literally jumped forward with his whole body and fell on his feet. And with this
Yeah.
one here, so man, Jay Lutch, man, go ahead and introduce it. And your pod, you can kind of talk about what the people can expect based on what you perceive about this album.
Okay, you guys. You said Jay Lutch?
Yes, yes.
You know I'm lagging. I'm sorry.
I assume he wanted you to come behind with your thoughts and opinions.
Even the biotech going wrong.
We all trying to get it together. We've been missing for a while. We all coming together on this podcast, but
we rusty.
yeah, we're a little rusty. Forgive us, please. But Pulse, the album. I've been working on this for years. You know, I don't want to get too long-winded on it. I'll do a lot more talking on it when it comes to the when we come to do the what's it called when we come together? I can't remember right now.
The album release.
The album release. When we do the album release listening party, I'll do a lot more speaking on it then and what it actually means and all of that. But just to give you a little bit thoughts on it, been working on it for years. I was close to doing another album. And Lawrence was listening to it, and Lawrence was like, "Nah, Jay, let's move around. Let's do some other things first." And so, I always try to listen to wisdom and listen to my brother's advice. So I put it on the back burner. And we worked on some other projects. We wanted to get Q out there. We wanted to then come around to me because it was Q's first solo album that she was putting out. So we do our best to be in line with one another, and we work as a unit and as one. And also the music I was doing at the time, I was going through some stuff, right? So I think my brother heard that, and so he wanted to give me time to get through what I was dealing with, And so I'm so grateful that we did, because I believe the product that we're gonna put out there to y'all now that y'all will enjoy, and it has so much variety. It has a lot of variety of tracks out here that I believe that y'all will enjoy. Y'all gonna hear some different things from me. It was shocking to me as well that I had to learn how to do some different things. But when you listen to the people around you, they bring out things out inside of you that you didn't recognize that was there. And so I'm grateful for my brother Loris, man, working with me, my big Ock, man, my sister, your Pa Q. Shouts out to ASAP, man. ASAP had a big hand in this as well. And all the other features that I have on there. Again, we could talk more about that when it's time. But I'm so grateful. I'm so appreciative to the Most High for giving me the gift to do what I do. And I pray that it's something that y'all will enjoy. I've done my best to make sure I clean up any errors as far as how I rap and music and stuff like that, So I try to make sure I made it as clean as I possibly can, even slowing down something to make sure it's something that people can recite and enjoy and give praise to the Most High. So I hope that y'all will enjoy it when it's time. So, well, what are your thoughts and opinions, Q?
Let me tell y'all something. I done heard it. And I could be biased, but I try not to be. You know what I'm saying? Because I think we're pretty honest with each other when it comes to, what we are presenting as a group. But let me tell you something. It's a song on there. I can't wait. Let me tell you something. I sing this with my whole chest. Windows down, sunroof back. I sing this at the top of my lungs. And I think y'all will too. But like my brother said, he has gone through some things. You're gonna hear some testimonial things because I believe a lot of people they really be speaking in general when they rapping, but I love a good testimony. You know what I'm saying? Because you can actually feel that and the amount of effort and like he said, he was honing his skills, making sure his writing and his sound was good. Lou would be doing, okay, let me see if I could do that again. Let me see if I could do that again. And I believe you all are going to hear the difference. I think this is from what I've heard in the past. He cold, he's been cold, but this body of work that he's put together along with the help and, guidance from Lawrence and Chip, man, it's just a beautiful thing to listen to. So, big ups to you, Lou. I love
And
you. This is my joint. This is my joint though. You did this one.
yeah, boy, it's somebody blessed when they got a sunroof too. But the
Whatever. Whatever.
they got a sunroof. I got a moonroof. Mine don't even move. The
Man,
sunroof it moves back. Hers moves back.
man,
But
let me tell y'all something. If anybody want to throw some money through that sunroof,
you so silly.
if y'all
that,
if
that's
y'all
called
feel led to throw some money through that sunroof, both of my computers is down. Like
that's
a girl
called
is going through. But you know what? He's
if
right.
money.
Listen, it's a distinct difference. It's a distinct difference. Laura's got an album out called Obedience. He trying not to talk to himself. But I was in a phase of my life where I was here one day, here the next. But when you're obedient, things just start coming gradually according to the measure the most high gonna give it to you and what you can handle. Right now I'm trying to be a millionaire tomorrow and most high probably don't trust me right now, but it's gonna happen. I'm gonna be able to do what's needed to be done. But Lou, now this is, y'all gonna hear it. I ain't even really gotta say this. Do you see the graphics? Anytime somebody got something floating into space and that's their album cover, just know. Just know it's
they
galactic.
they're literally out of this world. Yeah, for sure.
It's
Um,
galactic.
yeah, but the good thing about Jay Lutch, and he has the skills. He always had the skills, and he's a rapper. He like those conscious, like what I'm saying, stick it to you. But I was letting him know, man, there's way more to you than just that. You see what I'm saying? There's more to your life. I mean, he's funny, believe it or not. And when he tells joke, that means you literally gonna explode with laughter. And he has a personality, so it's not just all serious in the sense of the conscious rap. I said, man, give him your life, give them your life. You know what I'm saying, all the way around. But I believe he kind of came through with this. He came through with this one, and you guys gonna be able to hear it. But anyways, man, this is really not about us though, but we just wanted to make sure that we at least highlight our brother and what he's got coming out. He'll be in Florida next week, come Sunday actually. Gonna be shooting the music video for a song that he got called Torah, which is the first single off the album. That's the one Q probably talking about. But yeah, so hey man, we are so excited for our brother, man. Congratulations, man. And the Most High
Congratulations,
allow
Lord.
you to be able to complete this project. It is literally done. Okay, done. So
It's
glad,
done.
hope y'all can enjoy it as well. But this is not about us, man. This is about the Final Call conference. It's a 2-day conference that my brother, of course, Ron Dalton, is doing in conjunction with Travonte Moody. But of course, without further ado, what we're gonna do is bring up not Jay Lodge, Ron Dalton, and then Ron Dalton, of course, will introduce you to his partner in regards to the full conference. So, Ron Dalton, of course, you're no stranger to the platform. What's going on? Let us know. Let the people know what's going on because we know your hands are always on that plow.
Yeah. So, since I've been back in America for this short time, I figured that we should have another conference, and people have been asking about when we're doing another conference, and I said, well, I'm not sure yet. And me and Lorbens, we did try to get a venue in Florida. He knows who we talked to, and I tried to get a venue in Chicago and Indiana, and that didn't turn out. I tried to get a venue in North Carolina, South Carolina, Atlanta, and it was a lot of hurdles. It was a lot of challenges, and a lot of the Hebrews that I knew, they were unsuccessful in getting a venue or finding a venue in these states. And so then I reached out to brother Travonte. Travonte had already wanted to do a conference in the Texas area last year. We talked about it, but then we continuously kept mentioning that we need to do something down here, and we were looking for venues, and then we finally were able to find a venue that would work. And so the conference, we're both people that's not a stranger to Africa. Travonte has been, he has a YouTube channel called Freedom Chasers, like Chasers, and he has been showcasing the African continent in Kenya and Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, South Africa, and I believe I covered all the countries he's been to. But he's been there for a while, not just a week or two, but he's actually lived there. Him and his wife, they actually had a child in Africa, and he can maybe get into that. But yeah, so we know that the time is now for our people to start looking to Africa and stop focusing on building their future and their life and dreams in America, because America, it's going down. If you haven't seen the writing on the wall, then you need to wake up. And we're living in serious and guarded times. We're living in serious times in America. A lot of people are losing their jobs, or they lost their jobs for various reasons, including ageism, and a lot of Black women, men, people that are older in these jobs are getting their notices of, you're going to be laid off, and we're going to give you a severance package. And a lot of these jobs, they want to restructure and consolidate, and they want to let go of the older workers that's making the top salaries, and they want to then clean house, and then if they need to, hire new workers that are younger and pay them cheaper salaries, or have AI take over certain departments and certain things that the old workers were doing. And this is happening on a massive scale in America. And when people don't have jobs, and when people don't have money, then people are now buying things in the economy in America, and that means that businesses are going to start being affected worldwide and in America, and this is a domino effect. And I don't think people are really paying attention to the signs of what's happening in America. Yes, we see the big corporations like Walmart and Lowe's and Home Depot and grocery store chains like Kroger's and Publix and Food Lion and Giant Food and Safeway and all these different places, Publix. But you know, you got to understand that these corporations, they have shareholders, so they can weather the storm of COVID or any slump, and they're simply the gateway for people that sell goods, foodstuffs, to get to us, because they're simply just they just got a store, and the store has the shelves and the refrigeration units that they can put your product, if you're a seller, in their store, and then sell it to the American people when they're ready to come buy food for groceries for food. And so these kind of things in our cities are not going to go away. KFC is not going to go away. Popeyes is not going to go away. Chick-fil-A is not going to go away. McDonald's and Wendy's, Burger King is not going to go away. Taco Bell is not going to go away. Walmart is not going to go away. So what about these other jobs that people are losing? Everybody can't work at Walmart. Everybody can't work at McDonald's. Everybody can't work at, Chick-fil-A and Lowe's and Best Buy. So it leaves us to wonder, with the young people coming up, that's in the Generation Zs, what are they going to do? What are they going to do when they get a college degree? And the saturation in America is insane. And so then you got people that are college degree skilled, and they can't get a job. So now they're competing for jobs that don't require a college degree. Then you got people that don't have a college degree that's trying to get jobs at the same time. So this is why you see so many people that are entering the verge of homelessness. They're having to move in with their mom and dad and their grandparents and their sister and brother, and they're buying RVs. They're living in their car. They're living in their van. They're living in their truck. They're in there's homeless shelters and hotels and motels and hostels, Airbnbs. This is a fact. This is a reality. I know Israelites right now that are living in and out of vehicles and homeless shelters and in different people's houses that they can stay up for a couple weeks or months, because they can't get rent for a place, because you got to have deposit, you got to have the first month's rent, you got to have 3 times the rent making on your check, you got to have good credit, you got to have all these things, and then let's not even talk about how you're going to get a house in America. So we have to understand, is this system going to continue to work for us long term? And while we do have a means to make income and maybe get overtime, now is the time to start planning and preparing and looking outside of America, because I'm going to tell you this: a lot of the Gentiles are secretly getting their passports and they're visiting other countries. They're leaving Europe, they're leaving America, they're leaving Israel, they're leaving China, they're leaving the Middle East, they're leaving India, they're leaving Pakistan, Afghanistan, they're leaving all types of places. And guess where they're coming? To Africa. They're coming to Africa, because I've seen it with my own eyes, and they're flooding into Africa. I'm going to explain the biblical significance of why they're coming to Africa. And we, as the Israelites, we have missed the connection. We not understanding that this is biblical. And the Most High is not playing. And Christ, this is the last thing I'm going to say, Christ, he taught about spiritual salvation and repent. The kingdom of God is at hand, and eternal life and living water and the tabernacle of God with men and paradise and heaven and all these different things, spiritual things. But let's not forget that Christ and the prophets of the Most High in the Old Testament, they warned us of future times where things will get really bad, and that we had to be prepared for all these beginnings of sorrows, the tribulation, and that the false teachers and the people that are teaching doctrines that are anti-Christ in all the wars and rumors of wars, nations rising against nation, and all these things we see in the book of Revelation, the book of Matthew 24, Luke 21. Christ is talking about this. And he said, it even says, like I say all the time, pray ye always that you may be counted worthy to escape all the things that are coming upon the earth and to stand before the Son of Man. He says this. It even gives an analogy that prior to the Son of Man coming, he says that it'll be like the days of Noah and the days of Lot. And Noah warned the people of the earth. Yes, he did. And Abraham and Lot were warned, and there was not any righteous people in the land. So, less than 10 people survived that plague and that destruction. And the symbolic part about it, with that particular story, is that Lot's wife, she longed for the city that they were living in, the abominable city, sexual immorality city. She turned back, like wishing that I didn't have to leave. And what happened when she turned back and looked at the city being destroyed that she longed for and she didn't want to leave? She got turned to a pillar of salt. And let's not forget that the men that were they were like the boyfriends or husbands of Lot's daughters, when the angel or the man that came to the door and told them what was happening, they laughed. They laughed at the guy. The guy said, this city's about to be destroyed. We're going to have to flee. And the two men, they laughed. Ha ha. And you know what? They didn't come. They didn't flee with Lot and his daughters. They got destroyed. And so people today in America, they may look at what I'm saying and they may say, Ryan, you guys talking about that flee doctrine. They'd be laughing like Ryan's crazy. He don't know what he's talking about. The Most High is going to gather us and all the UFO ships, and we need reparations. It's not time yet. We need to go to the wilderness first. Where's the wilderness? Saudi Arabia, Sinai Peninsula. Get out of here with that nonsense. And all these things that they're saying to kind of psychologically trick them out of believing that they need to go to Africa, because at the end of the day, there's so many obstacles and tactics that the enemy is using to steer your eyes away from Africa. Look at what's happening now in Africa with the xenophobia in South Africa. That's all over social media. Who owns social media? Look at what's happening in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, in Kenya and Tanzania. It's all over the news. Things are happening. People are like, oh, look, the Europeans are still, in control, doing this and they're doing that and doing this. And they're just like, wow, this is crazy. Like people just can't get it. Like, we love our colonial masters. And why should I come to Africa when they're still bowing down to the colonial masters? And look at this and look at that. Look at the violence. Look at the tribalism. Look at the animosity and division. These are all deterrents, guys. These are all deterrents, because I guarantee you, like Lawrence, when he went to Ghana and he saw the Chinese sitting in there at the office getting their paperwork, the Chinese ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you can have some Chinese people that are illegal immigrants that are being caught and deported, but the vast majority of them, they're coming and they have paperwork. They got paperwork and they're there with businesses and they're employing people. So they got their permits, and this is not just the Chinese, it's other nations. I'm going to break it down. And so we're just trying to put together this conference because we're living in a time where this is the final call. Like, do we think in another 10 years that we're going to have this opportunity to say, okay, it's time now to leave? No, look at the way the world's headed right now. We don't even know if the Iranian-Israel war is going to stop. Is it going to end? Because the Vietnam War, it lasted years. It didn't end just in one day. So the Iranian war could lead into something bigger. We don't know that because we're still fresh into this war, because Iran is still ticking. They're not destroyed. And we all know that to destroy Iran completely and to take over Iran completely, you have to put troops on the ground. You got to put troops on the ground. You can't just fly planes over Iran and drop missiles. The only way you can destroy and completely take over Iran is if you drop a nuclear bomb on Iran, or you put troops on the ground and just take over the whole country. And that country is large. So we're looking at a lot of things happening in the future. And now is the time to start getting your house in order and linking up with like-minded people that are Hebraic mindseted. They understand the signs of the time. They understand it's time to do something, time to leave. At least if it's just you in your household, and you might be that lifeline that when your family sees what's happening and they get it, they're gonna pick up the phone and call you and say, "How's it going out there in South Africa? How's it going out there in Kenya? How's it going out there in Tanzania? How you guys living in Ghana? I think we want to come too." And you're like, "All right, I've been waiting for this time for you to call me and come on. I got everything set up for you guys. Just get your passport, get a plane ticket, and let's go." So this is what we're going to be talking about at the conference, and we're going to be putting together action plans and goal-driven solutions to what's happening right now in the world and in America, and actually leaving this conference with things in place, not just go to these conferences, look at people speaking and teaching, and we hear the music and we dance and we eat and we fellowship, we buy stuff, and then we go home and then we're back on the plantation of America. No, this is not that kind of conference anymore. This conference is going to be the same kind of meetings and gatherings that the other nations, like when the Jews and the Arabs and other nations, when they have these conferences and expos and meetings, they're talking about serious things. They're having all types of meetings about different things in different countries, and their agenda and their itinerary is talking about serious things that they're trying to implement. These are companies, nonprofit organizations. They got sponsorship, they got funding, they got worldwide reach, and we're sitting here just playing house and just acting like nothing's happening. And I tell Lawrence all the time, we could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on feast days, the high holy days, or Shabbats, and all these things. But at the end of the day, what are we doing? What are we doing? Because in my reality, I see that things are not looking good for a lot of people. And people know this, but there has to be somebody. There has to be somebody in the Hebrew community that have some kind of plans and solutions and is trying to do something other than tell us that we're going to be gathered by the Most High with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm on the wings of a great eagle in the twinkling of an eye. Okay, Lord, it's like you said all the time, what does that look like? What does that look like? And if you want to tell me, if I'm in the camp, that the UFO mothership is going to abduct me from my house, I'm going to raise up out of my house into the mothership, what are you talking about? Like, is this reality? So we have to get back to reality and start paying attention to the signs. And the Final Call Conference is what it's all about.
Yeah. All right. I mean, go ahead. It's interesting that you're saying a lot of that, because I mean, someone made a comment where in the Bible does it say to flee a certain place, right? It's crazy because the Most High started with our patriarch, the chosen patriarch that he gave a promise to. He literally told him, bro, leave your father's house and flee to this place that I'm about to show you. So when we have to be cautious, because us as Hebrew people, melanated, they had programming us. And it's crazy because they tell us we're the laziest people on the planet, where really we are the hardest working ones, but we are the most disobedient ones too. So when the Most High tell us to do stuff, we don't want to do it. And that's why we in the predicament that we in, to the point where now when he does say something, we don't even hear it. We can't even hear it. But without that, we'll get into all of that. But yeah, Ron, you forgot. Introduce your guest.
Oh yeah. Well, I kind of did, but Travonte Moody, he's a Texan. He is the founder with his wife of Freedom Chasers. Like I said, they've been in Africa for a while, not just a week or two, and been showcasing all the pros and cons of Africa and why, Africa is the place to be. He's planning on getting back to the continent of Africa after a hiatus. And me and him talk all the time about, he's like, Ryan, do people not see what's happening in the world today? Like, why isn't nobody in the Hebrew community trying to flee Babylon, or at least, figure out a plan or solution to how they're going to escape the fall of America and the judgment that Babylon is supposed to receive. And we all see all the Hebrew Israelite YouTube channels. We know them all. We know all the names. And I'm not going to name the names off, but they know who they are if they're listening. And nobody is talking about anything. We're just sitting around, like waiting for the inevitable, like sitting around waiting. Maybe people believe that this too shall pass. And we're going to be 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. None's going to happen. We're just going to be still in America. I don't know if that's going to play out like that. And I think people that listen to me, they realize Ron's been kind of talking the right stuff over the last couple of years, and things are getting worse. But now is the time to take heed. And Travonte is like one of the few brothers, the few Israelite brothers that I talk to that really gets it. That really gets it. You know, some of the people that are coming to the conference to speak, they get it too, but they're not the main faces in the Israelite community with YouTube channels telling people it's time to go. Because there's one thing to talk about, you know, you need to leave, but then you don't leave. You're just in America. You never go anywhere. You just hide behind an avatar. You hide behind your YouTube channel. So people hear you talking about it, but they're like, where are you at? Have you been to Africa? Are you in Africa? Have you stayed in Africa? Have you checked out different countries? But Brother Travonte has. And Brother Body, he's going to be at the conference. He has. Lawrence has been to Africa. Your pa has been to Africa. So we are Hebrews that know that Africa is not a bad place. And actually, if we could all get back to Africa and live there, we would. And that's our plan. And that's the focus of the conference, because we know where the world is headed. It's in the Bible, but people need to understand the Bible is real. And the Most High ain't playing around with people. So Travonte, he's going to, I mean, I don't know what happened to him, but he's going to also, he has to leave and come back. He's gonna talk about, there you go, about why else, in addition to what I just said, why this conference is so needed. And we made it a 2 day because, you know, we can't do things in 1 day. It has to be at least 2 days. So I'm gonna let Travonte go ahead and take over for right now.
Yeah, shalom, family. Can y'all hear me okay? I've been having a lot of technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah. We can hear you.
Okay, good. I heard part of what you said, Ron, but I introduced myself and give you further details. My name is Travonte Moody. I do have a YouTube channel called Freedom Chasers, where it's me and my family and my wife and daughter that's kind of doing videos and showing what we call the real Africa, the continent, not what America has shown over the last, tens or even since we've been having television and all of these things. They've been showing Africa to be impoverished, a poor continent that has nothing to offer humanity or the world, and everybody's living in huts and as babies with flies in their eyeballs and big stomachs. That's all we've been showed and portrayed. Since I can remember as a kid, and me growing up, I've always looked at Africa as this place I would really never want to visit, right? Because of that. And so upon doing research and looking for myself, I started seeing people move to the continent. This is probably back in 2019, that were basically living in these nice, beautiful homes, was traveling throughout the continent. I mean, some of the most beautiful places I've ever seen, and just was enjoying themselves. And I was seeing all these foreigners and everybody out there investing and living amongst the locals. And while at the same time they're telling us this place is poor, impoverished, and have nothing to offer the world, they're building and raising their families there. And as we can see, in a lot of these countries, they've been there for decades without saying a word. So that always confused me as to why they're showing us this, but then doing something different. So me and my wife decided back in 2021 that, we were wanting to see the continent for ourselves. We feel like the Most High was leading us to do that. And we were seeing a lot of things online, and we were just getting a lot of signs for us to make the move. At that time, my wife was pregnant with our daughter, and it was a risk, and a lot of our family didn't really understand why we were doing that. They still looked at Africa the way that most of our people do. So they were, I wouldn't say scared for us, but they were like on high notice, like, hey man, y'all kind of tripping. You know what I mean? Y'all having a baby in Africa. But when the Most High is leading you to do something, you got to do it, no matter um the unknown may be, right? So we ended up doing that in 2021, and when the first place we arrived was in Tanzania. Um, at that time, it was a lot of our people that were going to Tanzania because of the COVID lockdowns and different things. And Tanzania was one of the places where the president of the country really didn't go with the whole agenda, and there weren't lockdowns and masks, and so our people went. It's like a little mass exodus to Tanzania, and when we first touched down there, we were able to meet a lot of our people and fellowship, and it was good for a time. But then things started happening, and our people started doing what we do, and trying to do things as individuals, and a lot of issues were going on. And so I seen over time a lot of our people leave Tanzania and go back to America because of those things, not because of they didn't love the country or love the people there. It was because of circumstance, and it was unfortunate that they didn't understand how they could get past it. And I'll touch on what I think the remedy is for that here in a little bit. But we stayed there for 9 months, where we had our baby there, and it was a great experience. Just I'll briefly touch on this. My wife did have eclampsia, where she ended up having 2 seizures while we were on the continent while she was pregnant. I think she was about 6 months pregnant at the time, and we ended up having to have an emergency C-section, and it was a whole ordeal. But within that, the Most High provided and made a way, and my wife and child were both safe. But I would say the hospital care and everything that all the service and treatment that we got was second to none. I really happy that it happened the way it did while we were on the continent, because we were able to pay everything out of pocket. I think we didn't have to pay anything more than like $20,000, and my daughter was in the NICU, and for about a week. My wife was in ICU for a week, and then obviously my baby being 1.8 pounds, she was preemie, so she was in the hospital for about almost going on about 3 months, and we only spent that. So imagine us being in America, and my baby being in the hospital for that duration of time. We would have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and been in the debt, and would have been in debt right now, even as I speak. So it was a blessing that we were able to be on a continent, and that happened. And I feel like we got the best childcare, possible, to be honest with you. So that was a blessing.
Yeah.
So we went back to America for a short stint and came back, where we visited multiple other countries, which was Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, South Africa, and then back to Tanzania, where we kind of wanted to just show more of the continent. And with that, man, we probably had some of the greatest times of our lives during that time. And we met a lot of people, and I met Ron on the way, and kind of we're trying to show people what Africa is really like, and that this is a possibility for you to come and thrive on the continent, and it's not what you've seen or what people have shown um, in propaganda over these last decades. So our goal has been from the very beginning to help our people and assist our people into come to the continent, and kind of giving them tips and showing them how they can do this successfully. Like I said before, I've seen a lot of people have to go back, but the main thing and the main reason why a lot of our people weren't able to be successful on the continent was because of community. They were trying to do things by themselves, and being in a land that you don't really know well, it's an adjustment. And you can't just expect to have everything down and not go through trials and tribulations, and that you're going to go to the continent and it just be a fairy tale, because that's not reality. Anywhere you go, you're going to have to struggle, and you're going to have to make a way. And we were forerunners in doing that. So in saying that, it's just, we have to change our mindsets when we go to the continent, and look at it as not individuals, but building community when you get on the continent. That's going to be the only way I feel as though we're going to thrive and survive. If you look at any other nation or group of people, when they leave their home country and go to another place, what do? They go as a family. They go as a group. They live with each other, save money, all pay rent. Then once they own the home, they buy another home, and that family moves out, and everybody has their own homes. And then they start buying, doing business with each other, buying land with each other, doing business. I mean, everything that they do is as a group, collective community. And when somebody's in a bad situation, they're able to get help from the people of that community. And so going to a new place, you're going to find yourself in a situation where you're going to need some help. And if you're trying to do this as an individual, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So just changing our mindsets from individual mindset to community mindset, and we have to start now, not when we get to the continent, but as we're the people that are here in America, we have to start looking at each other as family and not opposition. We are the Most High. One of the biggest things the Most High want for us as a people is to be unified in Him, unified in how we walk this life and everything. And once we're unified, then the Most High will make moves on our behalf. But until then, and we're constantly fighting and going back and forth over, non-doctrinal, salvational, stupid issues that I've seen over time, we're going to continue to be in the state that we're in. So we need to come together, and I think this conference can be a start of that we can actually create and make a plan on how we are able to come together, how we can buy land, how we can do business with each other, group economics, and all the things to be self-sufficient, growing vegetables, fruit, having livestock, water, so we won't be dependent on the government when all these things take place, and we put ourselves and our family in a better situation, knowing that we can ultimately provide for ourselves until till we to the Most High fully come in and take over, and we don't do anything crazy like we seen during COVID, where people were taking remedies out of fear and necessarily because they wanted to. So that's kind of what the base of this conference is going to be.
You know, it's crazy because, like, when you think about the Israelites and how the Most High deal with them, right? Like, the Most High put us together. He gave us a set of instructions on how to operate and deal with the nations and one of each other, and what we should do, because we are like His banner. We're like His advertisement. We are the people, when they see us, they see Him, right? But what the people are trying to do is, when they see Him, they see us. It's vice versa. But He's saying when they see us, they should be able to see Him. So we are on earth. How do they know the Most High is in us? It's through our actions. See, what the Israelites want to see, they want to see that celestial miracle and all that stuff on this earth so they can believe. But they don't want to believe that the Most High is in certain people on this earth, right? If I were to take a poll right now, how many people, who's our president? President Donald J. Trump. He's the president right now. Everybody done seen how he operates. Everybody done see his ways. Put a 1 in the chat if you would choose that man to be president. Put a 1 in the chat if you would ever choose that man to be a president. If you would never choose such a person like that to be president, put a 2. I want to show y'all something. Let's make this interactive. If you would choose Donald Trump to be president of the United States, put a 1. If you would not choose Donald Trump to be president, put a number 2. Let's see a couple more. Just a couple more. I want to show you something. Put up the scripture. And I want you to really reflect on this. Really reflect on your answer. Reflect on this. J. Lush, go ahead and read it. I'm going to show you something.
Con, may I be heard?
Yeah, you can heard.
Okay, con. It said, Daniel chapter 2, verse 21. And he changeth the times and the seasons. He removeth kings and setteth up kings. He giveth wisdom unto the wise and knowledge to them that know understanding.
Thank you. Now go ahead and remove that. He said he sets up kings. He sets up governments. He sets up presidents. He sets up all these people over these nations. Now, all of you said there's not one person that said that y'all would have chose Donald Trump. Not one of y'all. But he chose Donald Trump. He chose Donald Trump. You know, the scripture said, he said, my mind is not like yours. I don't think the way you do. You don't think the way I do. And a lot of the things that the Most High does, we don't even understand why he's doing it. We don't even sit down just a second to understand, why is this man even president? This man is president because the Most High has something that he's trying to do. He set the man up. Every time something go down, it's people, we are operating on his behalf. Everyone always say, well, the Most High is going to gather us. The Most High never tells anybody to flee anywhere. But when you look through the scriptures, he tells people to leave all the time. All the time. And every time he says, I saved somebody, is he coming down specifically as himself? No, he sent someone, Moses, Abraham, to save Lot. David, Goliath. Every single time. Not only that, he's like, well, I can't get on earth and come on earth the way I am, because if I do, you're going to die, because he's too powerful. But what did he do? He sent a man. Who's that man? Yahusha. He came in the form of a man. And guess what? Many still didn't accept him. Why? Because he didn't show himself in what you think and how you think he's going to show himself, the way you would like him to show him. Man, we don't conform to man. We have to conform to the image of the Most High. We have to conform to him. But you have to know when he's operating. Look, I feel the sentiment of a lot of people, man. I feel the sentiment of a lot of people. We've been destroyed so much as a nation that we don't even know how to think anymore. We think everything is kumbaya. We think everything, even when the scriptures say the Most High is going to do this, of course he's going to do it. He always does it. You think when I make my music, I say, oh yeah, look what I just did. I don't have the ability to give myself this gift. I don't have the ability to be able to sing on my own accord. I don't have the ability to be able to speak this language in the way that I'm uttering it. I don't have the ability to understand anything in this life without the Most High. I don't have the ability to sing and do anything and even be able to talk to you guys without his help. He's the one doing it. The question is, who are you giving the credit to? Who are you giving the honor and the glory to? And that's how you know you his people, man. It's more than just that, though. It's coming on a lot of different things. But who are you giving the credit to? And so when we're operating and you hear these men speaking, at least judge them based on, is the Most High really working with these brothers? Is he really talking to them? And why would he choose a Donald Trump to be president? You're going to go around and wonder, why would he choose Donald Trump to be president? Now, I personally, as a man and the way I think, I probably wouldn't choose Donald Trump, but who am I? But the Most High did, though. Most High did it. He chose Donald Trump. But that tells you that he does these things intentionally because he wants his glory to be known. And he said he's going to judge these nations. How he's going to do it? He definitely wouldn't choose you because he'll never get a chance to judge the nation. So he has to choose the right people to do the right things or the certain things that he appointed to do. There are some things Ron do, trust me. Certain people ain't no way they can do it because they're not tunnel vision like that. Some people have so much compassion, even that compassion and even that empathy if you use too much of it and not balance, guess what? You can be what they call and not use your common sense when you do see danger. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes that's what I do. Sometimes the love in me shines so much that sometimes I don't even see the danger coming my way. Because all I see is love, all I see is goodness, and I don't like to see the negative. I don't like to see the negative side of life. But the negative side of life exists. I can't go in the middle of a highway, 4-lane highway, and standing there and say, Most High, please protect me. He's giving me the mind and the common sense to know, bruh, if you go on that highway, you can get hit by a car. Now, it's not to say that he can't save you still. If he love you enough, guess what? He'll save you from that situation. But common sense will tell you don't go on that highway and get hit by a car. Someone who's not using their common sense is going to say, oh, the Most High is going to protect you. Just walk over there. I would never tell somebody to do that because he's giving us reason. He's giving us the ability to reason, common sense. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times when people keep saying, oh, yeah, he scattered us, he's going to gather us. Of course he will. He always has done that. He removed us from Egypt. But guess what? He didn't come down by himself. He sent a man. And I believe that's why I always ask people when they interpret the scripture to me and they say the Most High, and I can tell they don't want to do nothing. And they always put it on the Most High. And I always ask them, okay, I saw you read that. Now, what does that look like on earth? Bring it down to my understanding. How does it look? I understand the spiritual side, but how does it look on earth? Nebuchadnezzar, right, was his servant. These weren't righteous men. So we need to start rethinking, start changing the way you think, Israel. You got to start living in this reality, living the realness.
Well,
so yeah, go ahead, Ron.
So the conference, it's not too far away. It's next month, June the 12th to the 13th, a Friday and a Saturday. And you know, like as you can see on the bottom of the slide of the thumbnail or on the screen, you can buy the tickets at the negronetwork.com. The negronetwork.com. And you might be sitting at home thinking like, well, why do I need to come to this conference? I can just keep looking at YouTube videos by the Israelites. But we all know in reality, if you have a wife or you're single or you have kids, or if you don't have any kids, you know, since I've been here in America, I've been in Michigan, I've been in Virginia, Maryland, DC, I've been in South Carolina, North Carolina, and I've been to all these grocery stores. And I have not eaten steak in America since I left Africa because I refused to pay that much money for steak. And I went to KFC. Now in South Africa, I went to KFC and I would get like a bucket for the whole family. And the bucket was like $15, like $15 for 18 pieces. Actually, no, it wasn't a lot of money. 18 pieces of chicken, the sides and the biscuits, or fries. They got fries too. And when I went to KFC, it don't matter what KFC I went to in America, 18-piece bucket meal, $55. 18 pieces, 3 large size biscuits, $55 with tax. If I take my kids right now to Wendy's or Burger King to get them some fast food, I'm on the road driving from state to state, I'm easily going to pay $50 easily. If I get pizza, whether it's a Little Caesars or Domino's or Pizza Hut, it's going to easily be $40. If I get 2 pizzas or 3 pizzas and cheese bread, easily. And we have to look at the fact that now, because of the prices of gasoline, like in Detroit, gasoline is almost $5 for unleaded gas and like $6 for diesel. And if you got a truck if you drive 30 minutes to work and back, if you gotta go places in your vehicle, in your car is eating this gas, and you're going to the pump and it's $5 a gallon, and you constantly pouring money into your gas tank. That's not even talking about rent. I talked to some brothers in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and said, how much do you pay for rent here? They were like $2,000, $3,000. I was like, what? For what? And they were like a 1-bedroom, a studio, 2-bedroom, apartment, $3,000. What? $2,000 for an apartment. I said, you don't even get a house for that? They were like, nah, Rod. I'm like, look at DC, Rod. Look at Virginia. Look at this. Look at these houses. Is the rent here? Come on, Rod. And I was like, man, this is crazy. And that's shelter, food. If you spend $50 a day, like I can't spend $50 a day on food at the grocery store in America. I can't do it. It's not possible. But in Africa, you can. In Africa, you can. So when you're looking at spending $1,500, $3,000 a month on food, maybe you decided that you're not going to eat but one meal a day because things are so tough, and that's fine. But look at how life is headed. Look at how life is headed in America, and that's not even including all the other bills we got coming in the mail, or being notified that you got a bill coming up, a direct debit out of your bank account for this bill that you have to pay because you can't lose these services. So all these things are compounding on people in America, and we have to figure out what are we going to do about all of this. Travonte mentioned that in Africa, if we get land, if we lease land, even we lease land from a royal family or a king or chief, then on that land we could farm, we can have free food, free vegetables, free fruit, livestock, and meat. We can have free water with borehole water and JoJo tank reservoir tanks that we can fill up the JoJo tank with water when we run low, and the tanks can be 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, or 20,000 liter tanks. So solar panels in Africa is easy because the sunlight is up from 6 in the morning to 6 in the evening. In Michigan, it's all these clouds. It's not even hot right now in Michigan. It's May. It's May. It's not even hot. You go outside, where's the sun at? Sun's not there. So in Michigan, in a lot of areas in America, you can't rely on solar panels to run your house because the sun is just not generating like that, like it is in Africa. So you're at a disadvantage in America, and that's why we're trapped, dependent on the system that they have put in place for us. And we have to snap out of this illusion of freedom in America and this comfortable lifestyle that we keep believing we have. And in all actuality, you're a slave. You're a slave in America. And we have to figure out that America is not going to survive this thing. America's not going to survive this thing. America, if you read the Bible and understand the Daniel 2 statute and the kingdoms on earth that exist, and the last kingdom, the Most High Christ is going to destroy that kingdom. This is the last kingdom. There ain't no other kingdom after this. China is not the next kingdom. Russia is not the next kingdom. Iran is not the next kingdom. This is the last kingdom we're in, and this kingdom is going to fall. And so I don't know what the Israelites are thinking about, sitting back and just looking at YouTube videos all day. We have to start doing something, and conferences are put together so that we can come together as a people and start talking about these problems and coming up with solutions and action, galvanizing our people and telling them, okay, these are the problems, these are the solutions. We can do this right now. Who's in, who's not? If you're not in, go back home and deal with America and complain or not complain. This is what this conference is about. It's about moving forward. For those that want to continue to complain and suffer in America, then go right ahead and do that, because you are going to keep complaining and you are going to suffer in America. And if not you, also your children are going to suffer and they're going to complain. You're going to hear it from all angles. Mm-hmm. So we're just trying to be proactive and do our due diligence and give people the opportunity to come to a conference this year to talk about these things, because I honestly think that if we didn't have this conference, nobody's going to have a conference this year about anything like this. I don't believe that people are coming together for the right meanings. We could say we're coming together to have unity and fellowship all day long, but at the end of the day, if the itinerary is not about identifying the problems and coming up with solutions, and if that solution is staying in America and staying in your house in your city and keep working your job until they lay you off, that's not realistic. It's not realistic, and unfortunately, not too many people have their eyes open and their ears open to see and hear the signs of the Most High that's given us a final call. He's giving us the final call. Like, look at everything that's happening today. If you don't see what's happening today and looking at what's happening in Africa as this is the time, now is the time, then I don't know what people are learning when they look at these YouTube channels or when they go to these assemblies and camps and organizations on Shabbat and be getting taught. How can you be a leader in the Israelite community and not teach on Bible prophecy and how we are in that age right now? And I don't know if Travonte has anything else to add, but
before that, because Jayla's got to leave and he has to present something, and I can't do it from my end. I was gonna do this at the end, and then we'll get into the meat of the potatoes. But a few weeks ago, everybody was saying we should do some shirts. Okay, these are the mock-ups of the shirts, by the way, and hopefully by next week we'll have them online and you guys can be able to purchase them, and then we'll be able to send them out in one bulk order so we can do a large pre-order. But I wanted you guys to show you guys what we've done so far, because we didn't forget. All right, so this one we have and everyone, this was their ideas where we say we know who we are. It says it in English, and of course it says it in the Hebrew, but and it shows the Africa on top. So this is a black design that we did. So these will be available hopefully next week. This is the black one, and then we have it has the Hebrews to Negro below it, but we also have one that doesn't have Hebrews to Negro, because we know how our people are sometimes. So you have your option to be able to choose which one you want. All right. This is the white one. This is the white one. As you can see how it looks, and this is the one where it doesn't have the Hebrews to Negro below, that make it more generalized. Then you have one if you want to rep the Hebrews to Negro. Hey, we have this one. All right. And then you got the black one, and the black one, there's a black one reverse to that as well. So these we're going to be selling these, and hopefully you guys please support us, because we're trying to do the work. It is not easy to be able to do all of this stuff, and it's like we're trying to go to different places, especially in Africa, to be able to speak to some of the chiefs and get history that no one has ever either heard, so we can start discovering things that maybe and doing the work as well, and being able to set up shop in certain places that are peaceful, get land and do certain things. And I know not everybody sees it this way. That's okay as well. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, they are hearing the call and they want to do something. So I respect those people. And so the shirts, when we do get them, they're going to be $45 because they cost quite a bit to make. I don't know why. Obviously, because everything has changed. And then we have to ship them out because shipping is going to be free. But what I'm going to do is we're going to add them next. I'm going to try to do my best to add them on my website next week. All right. And then they'll be available, and then we can place a bulk order. Right. And then we can send them to be able to get done. And as soon as it's done, I'll have your address, and I'll be able to send everything out in one go. And then hopefully we can do a campaign where you rep the t-shirt. Once again, this is the black one. This is the white one. It says, we know who we are, Hebrews, Negroes. And then we have one that specifically say, we know who we are. All right. We want everybody able to be able to support this without any problem. And let me give a shout out to my brother, Eric Van, from GAI. He was the one that designed this for me. And matter of fact, he saw the live and he just took it upon himself to say, man, I got you, bro. I'm going to go ahead and design this for you. And it's just plain and simple. It looks real nice. And the idea is to get the message real simple, clear, and out. So, man, appreciate y'all for the idea of being able to do this shirt. And I'm glad we were able, the Most High allowed us to be able to make it happen. So hopefully next week it'll be available to be able to purchase. All right. So every week until the conference, y'all willing, we'll come on live with Ron, and if Travonte is available as well, we'll do that so we can remind y'all about the t-shirts and also the conference, and we can bring y'all. Hopefully, if there are certain guests that's going to be at the conference, we'll be able to bring them live as well, so you can kind of get a little introduction as to what's going to go down. This is going to be a major, major big deal because this conference is about mobilizing people, not just like the status quo, being able to just sing, do this and that. It's a spiritual conference with a practical and a pragmatic way of operating within that spirituality, right? Which is Torah, which is the instruction. So don't get it twisted. All right. And this is what we're about. It's about the work. All right. Appreciate Jay Lutch, man, for you coming on and being able to assist with the technical aspect of this show.
Hey, no problem. I just wanted to add real quick to the conversation, just a quick thought process that I have, because Ron is I believe Ron is absolutely correct. Travonte as well. We're a collective here in the mindset of trying to get to Africa. And so I agree 100% what it is that they're trying to help to do. The thought process I just wanted to get across to everyone is there's nothing wrong with self-preservation.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with self-preservation. When the Messiah was dealing with Peter and the cock crowed 3 times, after all of that happened, he told him, first, when ye are converted, then help your brothers. And then we talk about, saving ourselves from an untoward generation. Well, that's also a physical and a spiritual aspect. You have to save yourself from this place as well. I believe that is very, very possible for us to move to Africa and get away from this place. There's nothing that's keeping us back from that. And so I believe 100% that all of this is leading us to get from out of this place. And so I just wanted to leave everyone with that thought process and that word, because I believe we need to be thinking of ourselves to get out of ourselves. We got people we're connected to. We got families. We're raising children. Ron, everything that Ron is saying is on point. Please give an ear. Listen and hear. Our brother has done the work, and he's laid the path for us. I think it's wise for us to follow.
You know what's crazy, for what you just said too? There's so many people that has gone before us, like Ema Karen. So when we were able to go there, and Elder James Byers, when we were able to go, they're already there. They done seen a landscape. They went before. So when we went, they made our stay pleasant.
Yes.
They made it easier for us. You see what I'm saying? So I thank them for even being the forerunner to be able to go forward. And exactly so what you're saying is exactly true, because we live in it. We're living it. But when you go without any assistance and any guidance or anything whatsoever, that's where you get into trouble. And that's where you go and you bring a bad report.
Yes.
Just like when Caleb and Joshua went. You see what I'm saying? Everybody else brought a bad report, but they brought a good report. Because guess who they roll with? They roll with the Most High. When you roll with the Most High, man, ain't no bad report. You know what I'm saying? There's always a lesson in what the Most High is trying to teach you.
Right. But just even more so, right? When they was looking for Yahusha, he went to Egypt. Yes. There's so many examples of people leaving from one place and going to another to preserve themselves. What makes us any different? We are a nomadic people. We move about. We move around. That's all throughout the scriptures. So why would we think that would be any different now? So that's all I have to say. Ron, please keep doing the work, Aki. I truly believe in everything you're saying, and man, everyone, man, Shabbat Shalom. Y'all have a good day.
Shabbat Shalom.
Right. Yeah, because Mary and Joseph, they didn't say, "Oh yeah, the Most High gonna protect us." Yeah, he gonna protect us in Egypt. He's give us the mindset and the wisdom, critical thinking to know that there's danger. A prudent man perceives dangers, and guess what? What he do? He prepares. See, it's over and over. Guess what? But it's gonna be those overly spiritual people who think that nobody else got the ruach or the spirit. It's going to be them who say, those guys don't have the spirit. But then you live your life in total fear. And don't misconstrue fear for somebody preserving their life. Don't do that. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's what you see all throughout the scripture, man. The Most High give us the cognizance, the ability to be able to critically think, and make decisions. All right. And
No,
Travonte, I think, go ahead. Jayla,
yeah,
you got
yeah,
anything?
yeah. Go ahead, Travonte, because I was going to read the scripture. But go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I want to ask this question, pose this question, right? What's keeping you in America, right? Why do you want to be here? What is the purpose, right? And I mean, I also ask this: would you still want to be in America if, say, all of those conveniences that you're used to and all the things that you've grown accustomed to having over the last however since you've been alive, if those things were gone, would you still want to be here? Right? Ask yourself that. Is your family the reason why you want to be here? Is you being able to have a job and make money and provide for your family the reason why you want to be here? And I ask these questions because it's going to come a time here in America, and I think sooner than later, where all of those conveniences and all of those things that you've been used to having over your lifetime is not you're not going to have that. We're going to be put in a position where it's going to be hard for a lot of different people. We're seeing a little bit of it right now. I mean, right now I'm in Texas and gas is almost $4. Gas just 2 months ago, gas was about $2. So we talking about within a 2 month time frame, a month and a half time frame, gas then pretty much double.
And you at where they make it, like the refineries.
Yeah, yeah, they make it in Houston. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, that being one thing, but I was just kind of going over my finances and looking at how much we've been spending. I mean, we probably spending over triple of what I was spending, probably let's say 4 or 5 years ago. So things are not getting better when you look at the landscape of in America. Prices are getting higher. Companies are not hiring. They're laying people off, and also it's going to come to a point where people are just not going to afford the everyday necessities that they're going to be able to need. The longer this war go on with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz is blocked off, what do you think is going to happen? They've been manipulating the markets, everything right now. They've been manipulating everything so it won't be panic and fear when stuff start hitting the fan. But eventually, it's going to come where people are not going to be able to get the basic necessities. Right now, one major issue that the Strait of Hormuz is causing is fertilizer shortages, which is going to be huge when it comes to the food that's around the world. But it's going to touch here in America also. Think about this. I'm going to the grocery store right now, and a lot of the things that I was getting are no longer in the stores right now, as we speak. So, in saying that, what America, the only way you can get past this is by being self-sufficient in some type of way. And America does not allow our people to be self-sufficient. They want you reliant on the government. So
Absolutely.
when mass panic and fear happens, what's the first thing going to happen? People are going to rush to grocery stores. People are going to rush the gas. I mean, we see it with natural disasters. They're going to rush all these places, try to stock up. And within a day or two, all of the stuff is going to be gone. You might have provisions. You might have some food stored up that can last a few months. You might have some water stored up that can last a few months. But if you don't have a community of people, all that's going to happen is when people smell food and they see smoke or they see you got lights on, what they going to do here in America? They're going to come to your house with the guns that's legal here and they're going to come take it. So you can have all of these provisions and everything that you've been stocking up for years. And in one fell swoop, they can come in and take everything. Because we know how America is when the situation gets bad. People start panicking and people will do anything to feed their families. Now, when we look at the continent, the landscape of the continent and what I've seen, you can actually be put in a situation where you're not just reliant 100% on the government. You can actually own land. Believe it or not, you can own it outright. You can't own land here. If you have some land here in America and you don't pay your taxes, what's going to happen? They're going to take that land, right? Immediately. So you will always be put in a situation where you have to work. And if you're not working, eventually you're going to be on the streets if you don't have support. So what we need to do, and I don't think it's possible here in America, is to be self-sustainable, buy land, grow food, have water. But in order for it to be successful, we have to do it as a community. If you look at even here in America and even on the continent, the people that are thriving on the continent really are the foreigners. And you think they just came out here doing it by themselves? We look at South Africa, we see the Indian, we see Chinese, we see all these different Arabs that are there that are prospering and thriving. Why? Because they came in, they say, what we're gonna do is as a collective and as a community, we're gonna come together and we're gonna do business with each other. We're gonna do group economics. We're gonna teach you how to make money, and then we're going to spend that same money that we're making with each other. That we're making, we're going to spend it with each other. And then the nations that we're in, South Africa, Tanzania, where we're going to make them dependent on us because we're supplying jobs now. We're being a benefit to these people. Right now, it's so hard for us to get visas and all these things in certain countries on the continent because we go there with this mindset of we just gonna take, and think they gonna have a reason to have us want to be there. If we're going to their country just taking, why, or anywhere in the world, why would they want us to be there? We're not any benefit to anybody when we're just going as individuals trying to do things alone. We can, if we spending our money with each other. Let's say if our people came together and say we're gonna each month put this amount of money in a pot and we're gonna buy land, we're gonna get food, we're gonna do all of these things for self-preservation, do you know how far we would go? But we're too scared. We're like, okay, what if I put my money into this and it doesn't work? Or what if I'm giving this person this money, he's scamming? What if? But then at the same token, you go and buy a $250 pair of Jordans. You eating out every single day. You spending thousands of dollars on food when that money can be going to something that sustain you, your family, for a long time, and putting you and your family in a great position. So we have to change our mindset if we want to thrive. If you think the Most High is going to sit here and bless us and protect us and keep us, and all we do is sit here and argue about the smallest things, you are going to be mistaken. The Most High requires us to come together as a people and cry out to him before he make a move. But we can't keep doing what we've been doing because we see that it's not working, even in the Hebrew community. The Hebrew community is probably the most divided community out of all communities right now. It's sad. So as long I'm just ended here.
Yeah, and sorry about that. And you mentioned something earlier where you said we all depend on the government. But I say to you, we depend on the Most High. But the thing about it is, how does it look like to depend on the Most High? See, we rely on this nation right now to provide everything that we have. Some of us, matter of fact, are afraid to even leave that particular system, even though the systems, the Most High say, come out of her, my people. Be of the world, but not, you know what I'm saying, but don't be in the world, but not of the world. Right. So we understand what that means in a sense. And the thing about it is, but we rely on the Most High, though. But we don't just say we rely on the Most High. How does it look to rely on him? To rely on his instructions. He has instructions that you have to follow to show that you are relying on him. You can't say I'm relying on him, but then you disobey all of his instruction. That makes no sense. Oh, the Most High got my back, but I'm not going to do what he say do. What? Faith without works is dead. You got a lot of faith, but you ain't got no works. So your works and your faith, all that stuff is dead to him. You see what I'm saying? It's dead to him. And the thing about me, like, at one point in this walk, I was like, Most High, why are you calling me to plant garden? And why are you calling me to do this? I ain't wanted. I was in America. Like, what do I need to grow a garden for? You know what I'm saying? That's how I grew up. I grew up like, we ain't need no garden, all of this and that. And I got in the truth. And then I started seeing the instructions, you know, where it says plant your vineyards, you know, get married and build your houses and all this, occupy until I come. Right. And I'm starting to understand what that means. And it's like, okay, occupy until you come. Well, I'm occupying. I'm waiting on you. But then I had to understand what waiting on you means. You know what I'm saying? The Most High could plant my garden for me, but guess what? He's telling me, no, bro, you need to use your hands, get some seeds, and then what? Sow these seeds and then grow it. Not only grow it, but you gotta what? Take care of it, which we call husbandry, right? So you have to make sure you take care of that garden. We can say, well, it ain't gonna rain tomorrow. You know, we see the sun, we ain't see no clouds anywhere. You know it ain't gonna rain, but the Most High is gonna provide the rain. He gives us critical thinking, but he provided the water right inside of a hose. So go ahead and get what? Water the garden. And if you obey and you understand what takes a plant to grow and provide fruit, you're gonna do the things that the Most High is giving you the knowledge of, so he can do it. Because guess what? If he don't want you to have no food, it no matter what kind of amount of gardening you're gonna do. Guess what? Because if he don't want you to have no food, he's gonna send all kind of insects. He's gonna send all kind of whatever, and they're gonna eat all your food anyway. You see what I'm saying? But if he wants you to be blessed and you're obedient and you're sincere, guess what? He'll remove all of these things. He's going to teach you how to do these things. And that's what I've been doing. I sent sis 3 pictures. I kind of wanted to show y'all what I grew because it's easy. When you're obedient, the Most High can provide these things. I have 3 pictures, but I don't see her. But anyways, it's a pineapple. I'm growing pineapples. I'm growing like bell peppers and what you call it? Broccolis. I've been eating. That's what I've been eating. My own vegetables. When they're out of season, then I have to buy. But guess what? But when things are certain out of season, other things are in season. So you grow those. Look at this. This is my garden right now. This is my garden. Abundant. A lot of peppers. And guess what? Most I used to take away my doggone fruits. Plant stuff used to come eat them, but he taught me, he honed my skills. I got better and better and better. Look at all these peppers. Look at all these peppers. Show something else. Do the 2 other things. I don't know if you're there. But as she showed them, but I'm telling you, the Most High is giving us the knowledge and the abilities and understanding to do a lot of things, man. But we can't be afraid. Just try. Just try. Look at it. Sorry, I'm widening it. That's a broccoli. That's a healthy, big old broccoli. I'm talking about huge. Because I learned when I started, I wasn't that good. I'm like, oh man, these insects keep eating my stuff. But the Most High probably was testing my ability to see how patient, whether I was going to keep at it, whether I was going to keep trusting him about it. Look at this. This is a pineapple. Beautiful pineapple. And that's full. Most people, when they grow pineapple, it'd be this little bitty small. This thing is nice size because he's taught me. And then I'm obedient to the word. And I'm not going to say I'm 100%, but guess what? This is a walk. We have to endure this thing. It takes time to learn this stuff. But as I go forward, guess what? He says, if you keep my laws and commandments, then I will bless you. But if you don't, then I will curse you. This is the way you reverse the curse by obeying his laws, following his instruction. And guess what? When you plant your vineyard, you're going to eat it. When you plant your garden, you're going to eat it. When you're going to build your house, you're going to live in it. When you have children, guess what? They ain't going to take them away from you. But if you're in a land that don't belong to you, all these things can happen to you. You see what I'm saying? Or if it cannot happen to you if you're faithful. But I just kind of wanted to show that as an example to encourage you to believe in yourself, and to believe in the Most High that he can do these things for you. Man, I wasn't this good at doing this stuff, but I can boast what? I can boast in the Most High because I wrote a song called Boast in the Most High. I'm boasting in him because he gave me the ability to do these things. I didn't do them on my own. But most people, when you see the stuff, oh yeah, Lawrence grew this. I ain't grew that. The Most High did. The Most High allowed me that ability. All right. I just kind of want to encourage y'all with that. But Ron, I know you have a scripture you want to cover.
Yeah. So basically, what we're trying to do is big. We're not trying to do little things. We're trying to do big things because we are a massive amount of people, and people always say, "How are we going to survive in Africa? We need money. We don't have a job." Well, this is where you support and follow leaders like me and Travonte that are familiar with the continent of Africa. We're in Africa. We have made a lot of connections in Africa. Myself with different chiefs and royal families and people that have access to land in various parts of South Africa, and also Botswana and Zimbabwe and Zambia and Angola and Congo and Uganda and Kenya and Tanzania and Ghana, Nigeria. So what we need people to understand is that you have to have leaders that are representatives of the people. The people, whether it's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people, we can easily, like I say all the time, we could easily put in $80 a month. And like I said, if you have 3,000 people, if you were able to get 3,000 people and they would put $80 a month into a land acquisition and development fund, that's $240,000 a month of working capital to buy land, to lease land, to develop on the land, farming, agriculture, poultry, fishing, affordable housing, water solutions, energy solutions, security, education, vocational and skills training for people to learn how to do certain skills. We can do all of that, but it requires us coming together, meeting people and face to face, vetting them, understanding who you're dealing with, because you can't just look at a guy that comes up with a YouTube channel. His name is Obadiah Ben Israel, and he has 10 acres of land, and he's on YouTube telling people to come to his land. You don't know who this guy is from Adam. He's just telling you to come to my land in, let's say, Zambia and build a community. You don't know this guy from nowhere. He just came out of nowhere on the YouTube channel. You don't know him. And so for you to pick up your life and go all the way to Zambia to live on, to meet this guy and live on his land and join community, it's a far stretch. But this conference is in America. So you guys can actually come to the conference and see and meet us and hear what we have to say. If you're worried about making money in Africa, we already said that if we have 5,000 acres of land, whether it's leased land or we bought the land, then we can farm the land, and all the crops that Lorvins showed and some can be grown on the land. And we can get people to help farm the land, to plant the seed, to sow, and then to harvest 3 times a year. And we can get people to build houses, get people to install electricals and pipes and plumbing and roofs and windows and all the finishings for a house and everything we need for energy, like solar panels. We have people to do all that, but we need the support of the people and the community. And when you say, well, what about a visa round? We have solutions on that. And me and Travonte have talked about that. And we also have visas that you can get if we establish religious organizations and nonprofit organizations in Africa. We can offer visas, long-term visas, if we are the founders of these religious organizations and nonprofit organizations in Africa. And there's visas for that. You can issue out long-term visas. Churches do it all the time. And nonprofits do it all the time. But we have to set these things up. We have to get people in certain positions in Africa to start to be able to take care of people's visas and how they're gonna able to live on land with minimal to no money. It's possible, but we have to work together. And one of the things I want to read in Ezekiel 34 is that this scripture, the Most High is not talking about America. Now, just look at this. He says in verse 13 in Ezekiel 34, he says, and I will bring them out from the people and gather them from the countries. Gather them from the countries. So it doesn't mean that we're going to stay in the countries like America. The Most High is saying that in the future, we're going to be gathered from the countries and will bring them into their own land. So here it says that the Israelites are going to be brought into their own land. Now in Genesis 15, it says that God talked to Abraham and said, know surely that your seed shall be oppressed in a land that is not theirs, and they shall serve these people or nation for 400 years. It says this in Genesis 15:13. So in Genesis 15:13, it's telling you that the land that we're going to serve the other nations for 400 years is not our land. God says it's a land that's not theirs. Your seed that's going to serve 400 years in America is not their land. It's not theirs. It says it in Genesis 15:13. But in Ezekiel 34, verse 13, it says that we're going to be brought to our own land. And we're going to feed upon the mountains of Israel by the rivers. It's not the mountains of America, not the rivers of America, and in all the inhabited places of the country. And I will feed the Israelites in good pasture and upon the high mountains of Israel, not the Appalachian Mountains. No, it's talking about the high mountains of sub-Saharan Africa. Shall their fold be? What is a fold? Well, a fold is like what a sheep. When a sheep stay in a fold, sheepfold for the night, and it has the little fence around it so that the wolves and the bears and other animals can't get to the sheep at night, and the shepherd is nearby sleeping and watching over the sheep that's in the fold. Well, the Most High is telling us that Africa and the mountains and the rivers is going to be our own type of a fold, and we are his sheep, and he is the shepherd. And it says, and in fat pasture, that means grassland. There's a lot of grass. They shall feed upon the mountains of Israel. Now, we know that Africa has a lot of mountains and hills. It says that I will feed my flock and will cause them to lie down. So when we look at all of this, it's not talking about America. It's not talking about Israel. It's talking about Africa. And if you go all the way down, it says that we will, keep going, all the way to the go back up to 26. 25. It says that I will make with them a covenant of peace, meaning that peace is like shalom, like completeness, wholeness, tranquility, security, safety, rest. So all of this we're going to have in Africa. We're not going to have peace, inner peace and freedom in America. And it says, and I will cause the evil people to cease out of the land, and they shall dwell, and the Israelites shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods, in the forest. So all of these things is prophesied to happen for us in the true land of Canaan. In
Ron, let me ask you a question, because you'll have people read this, because you read 25. You didn't say evil people because it shows evil beast. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, in the Hebrew, the word means you can. The Hebrew language has words that can mean dual things. So it can mean beast. It can mean evil people. Because think about it. Let's say we want to use the word beast, evil beast. What is the evil beast? All beasts have their natural instinct to kill their prey, like lions kill zebras and hippos and other things. And we have like the gorillas. What do they eat? What do the wolves eat? What do the leopards eat? What do predators eat in Africa? Doesn't mean that the beast like the lions and the leopards and the jackals and the hyenas and these animals are going to be eating us and terrorizing us. And that's the reason why we call them evil, because that's not happening right now. Lions are not running around eating people in Africa. Leopards are not running around eating people in the Congo. Hyenas are not running around eating people in Tanzania or other countries. So when it says evil beast, that's a mistranslation. So evil people can be people that are rebellious, that are against the laws of the Most High. Just people that they're just disingenuous, and they're there to do things that are against truth and good. But but nevertheless, don't be too hung up on, well, what does that mean? Is it evil people, evil beasts? Is it people that don't keep the commandments? Either way it goes, the message of the scripture is that the Most High is gonna take care of us in the land that he gave Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The reason why we know this is because it says in verse 26, he's going to make the hill a blessing. He will cause the shower to come down in its seasons, like rain is going to come down in the seasons. And the tree of the field shall yield her fruit, and the earth shall yield her increase, so that they, meaning the Israelites, shall be safe in their land, the land of Canaan, Africa, and shall know that I am Yahuwah. So, and it says, and they shall no more be a prey to the heathen, neither shall the evil people of the land devour them, but they shall dwell safely, and none shall make them afraid. And I will raise up for them a garden of renown, like the Garden of Eden. That's what that means. So the Bible's saying that we're going to make Africa to be like the Garden of Eden for us to eat and not have any worries. And it says that we shall no longer be consumed with hunger in the land. Now, when you're in Africa or America and you don't have money, then you can't afford to get groceries. So yes, you will be hungry. You will say to somebody, hey, brother, can you spare me a 50 rands so I can get me a meal over here at Fisherways or Debonair's or Steers? I want to get a burger. Mr. Dalton, can you spare me 50 rands or 100 rands? Well, why would we have to worry about buying food in the land of Canaan? The Most High is going to tell us that we're not going to be hungry anymore in the land. That's because he understands that when we come back to the land and do what we're supposed to do, the land is going to feed us, and we're no longer going to have to be hungry because we can grow all this stuff and not have to go to the grocery store and worry about money. So this is why it says, neither shall we bear the shame of the heathen anymore. The heathen is laughing at us because we're dependent on their in America, worldwide, because we use the money. The money makes us dependent on them. But we all know that the market of beast is a system that controls money, buying and selling. And Travonte already said, if you don't pay your property taxes in America, what you got to have money for, you lose your land. You lose the house that sits on your land, all the tractors, all the stuff you don't put, your livestock, you lose all of that. It's gone. So any Israelite that tells you, I got land in America, I got 100 acres, we're living off the grid, we built the houses with our own hands, we are self-sufficient, we don't pay any bills. Well, they're lying to you. You know why? Because property tax is a bill. It's an invoice that the government sends you every year, and it tells you what you got to pay based on the accessible value of your property and the millage and the percentage tax. And you got to pay it. It is a bill. It is, they're selling you a service. The service is you have the right to live on this land and build a house on this land, farm this land. And if you don't abide by the terms of service by the government and don't pay that bill, then they retract the services and you don't have that land anymore. And so when you don't have land, can you provide food? No. When you don't have land, can you provide water? No. When you don't have land, can you provide shelter for your family? No. When you don't have land, can you provide security for your family? If you're a nomad, wandering America like the Walking Dead, fleeing from the zombies, trying to find some place they can rest their head for the night without the zombies coming to eat them up? No. This is what's happening right now in America, where people are living that van life, their RV life, living in their car life, parking their car in parking lots and in different open, empty lots in the rural or village areas of America. They just parking their car in the national parks, and they're just sitting there until they figure out they need to move somewhere else until somebody says something. People are literally doing that. They're literally nomadic in their vehicles trying to survive because they can't afford rent and mortgages and property taxes. This is reality. Travonte knows this. This is reality. And so this conference is very much needed for those that understand it's time. We can't keep complaining about, our 9 to 5 is the reason why we can't leave. How are we going to make money in Africa? How are we going to get a visa in Africa? Come to the conference. Come to the conference. Meet us face to face. We're going to break it all down. We're not going to give you all this information, hours upon hours on here on YouTube. No, we got to start coming together and doing things and showing that we are proactive in what we believe in and know what's going to happen. And we want to team up with others that we know are good people and we trust them. They're vetted people that they actually say what they're going to do. They've actually been to the continent and they have experience in it. And we need to team up with them and see how we can support and how we can be a part of this thing. Because this is a big thing. It's not a little thing. It's a big thing. And so, again, June the 12th to 13th, Dallas, Texas, you can register at thenegronetwork.com to get your tickets. Do not delay because, obviously we don't have 1,000-seat arena people to come, but we do have seats that people can get while the seats are still available. So I know that you guys got to say something, but I wanted to touch on once we get time on some of the things I wanted to share in the PowerPoint, and then we can I guess wrap it up.
Yeah, let me ask some questions because a lot of times people, they hear you, they hear others, and people paint a rosy picture when it comes to Africa. I've been to Africa 3 times, in 1 year alone. And I've been there, right? And so, but I didn't just go to Africa in a sense. I went from an overview perspective, but I also went where I mingled specifically with the people. Live like them, ride like them, shop like them, everything. You see what I'm saying? So I got kind of a bird's eye view, and kind of like, how daily life would be like there. I'll be honest, it is not the same as America. Now it can be if you live like in the city and you live like in these fancy areas, just like they have here. In Ghana, they have the same thing, but you're going to pay the same thing. You see what I'm saying? You're going to pay $2,000 or $3,000 for a house but of course the money goes longer because if you're paying $3,000, the house that you're going to stay in is going to be almost like a mansion. You know what I'm saying? But they're nice, but you're still going to pay a lot. You have to understand that I believe, based when you follow Torah and the scriptures, that Africa was meant for you to survive by the land. It was never really meant in a way where you see how it's kind of like westernized. I don't think it was meant that way. If you see people in Africa struggling or they're hungry, they lost their inheritance or they don't have land where they're growing their food and they're trying to sort of be like the Westerners and being in the cities and they trying to survive in the cities because they think the cities got the opportunity. You see a lot of that. And so that's why a lot of the people in the villages, they come to the city to sell food to the foreigners, to sell food to the locals and restaurants and things of that nature, because that's how a lot of the peoples in the villages make their money, make their living, right? But the people in the villages, they're surviving just fine. They're happy with what they have. They don't, even though they don't have all the amenities like we have here or in the cities in Ghana, they're happy. They're cool with it. They don't, once they grow what they grow and they're able to find food and stuff, they cool with it. But you are coming from the US and you're standing and some of your expectations going to be very high in terms of what you want. But that's a choice thing. It's a choice you make. In Africa, they do a lot of hustling. As soon as you get to the airport, people ask you for money. But if you understand the culture and you understand their ways, it's not through like, they're not trying to be like mean or anything. They're just trying to survive. You see what I'm saying? But mainly a lot of those people are in the city though. You see what I'm saying? So Ron and Travonte, so what about taxes? Like, we say here in America, if you don't pay your taxes, how does the tax system work? Or if there's any, and if there's any, is it more relegated to the city, villages? So Travonte, I'll let you speak to that. Take maybe 3 minutes to explain that.
Yeah, I could explain too if after he goes.
Yeah, both of you have 3 minutes to do that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Lawrence, for some reason I can't hear you, brother.
Oh, he didn't.
So,
Can you hear Ron?
I can hear you.
I had it playing on my laptop, so I was able to hear him from there. But just know I can't hear you when I'm playing it from the camera that I'm using. So if you add anything, I won't be able to hear you. And I don't
Okay,
know
but did you hear the question?
but I heard you say about the taxes.
Okay.
So I can tell you like the different countries that I was in concerning the taxes. Now, being in South Africa, we didn't have to like if you buy land in South Africa right now, you don't have to pay property tax. You own the land outright, and you can actually buy land before getting permanent residency. So if you was a person that was like, well, even though I don't have my long-term visa at the time, I still want to look for land to possibly buy some land right now. And then while I'm trying to get my visa or whatever the case may be, I can have my land and stuff starting to build on it. And the people that's out there right now, or me going out there, because you can get 90 days visa free. I can go out there and make stuff happen until I get my long-term visa. But as far as working, like let's say you have a business or something, or online business, a lot of the times working in these countries, you can't be double taxed on your income. So if per se, if you're making money from America, you still technically would have to pay taxes here in America. I don't know the rules for obviously every country on the continent, but depending on where you are doing business and how you're doing business would determine the type of taxes that you pay and then the percentage based off the amount of money you make. But as far as property tax is concerned and taxes on your home, a lot of these countries don't require you to pay taxes upon actually buying the home or property.
Yeah, so in South Africa, they have in the inner city, they have what they call rates, property rates. That is not something that is exactly like property taxes. What that is just the municipality charges you for water, sewage, trash. Sometimes they might include electricity and other levies, including property rates. That's just the municipality getting their cut of money so that they can pay for different services for the roads and fixing the pipes in the water underground when they bust and different things of that nature. You can have a property, a apartment or a house, and not ever pay your property rates, because that happened to me, and I didn't know that I didn't register to pay for the property rates. However, when you sell your house or your land or your apartment and you have not paid any of the property rates, then they will say, okay, in order to sell the property, to make the sale go through, you're going to have to pay those rates that you didn't pay for the last 2 years, and it's going to come out of the purchase price that the buyer is going to pay for your property, and in order for the transfer of deed to go through. So it's not a thing that if you don't pay it, that they're going to repossess and confiscate your land or your house in South Africa. Now, in the rural parts of South Africa, they don't assign ERFs, which is a identifier of a plot or a stand that goes to the municipality. So a lot of times you got all this village, rural land that is in South Africa that doesn't have an ERF number. They don't have a plot number. They don't have an address. It's just there. It's just there. Like even if you want to Google images or Google Earth or Google Maps and try to find this particular area in a rural land in a village, you're not going to find it unless you see, okay, where's this road at? Where's the road lead? And you kind of guess and gauge where the actual village is based on the landmarks that you can see on Google Earth, because there is no address. And so in the village areas, in the rural areas, and semi-rural areas of South Africa, there is no property taxes. There is no property rates. So the people that are living on the land, they're not paying any bills biannually or annually to where they have to get an accessible value of their land and millage and all this other stuff, and then get a percentage of tax on it, and that's what your taxes are for that year. That doesn't exist in the rural areas of Africa. This is why the people in Africa can live there with no money, no income, no job, and their house is safe. Their land is safe. They can continue to raise livestock. They can continue to raise poultry and eggs and chickens. They can fish. They can, live in a house and have borehole water for water, and they can have solar panels on their roof for electricity during the night, because during the day, if you don't turn the lights on, you don't need to use electricity except for you want to cook. And if you got a gas stove, then you don't need electricity to cook. And most people don't even have microwaves if you don't need to microwave anything, because you just are ready to cook when you're ready to cook. So in a house that has a gas stove, and it may work with an electric oven, you don't really need to use any electricity. And the electricity that you're using, if it's enough to come from the solar panels to power the refrigerator and an oven when you're ready to bake something, that's it. And then when you're ready to turn on the lights at night, and then maybe turn on the TV and the internet router, that's it. That is it. And so in the rural areas, people don't need money to live. In America, you do. And in the rural areas, people are not homeless because they have a roof over their head that can't be taken from them because they don't pay property taxes. They're really at inner peace, and they really have freedom. The only thing that they may not like is that they don't have a reliable form of income, and the income is what buys you certain things that you may want to have. If you don't have the money, you just can't buy it. But in terms of surviving, they're not worried about, I'm going to be sleeping outside under the stars, and it's going to be raining. It's going to be cold outside tonight, and I'm not inside an enclosure. They're not worried about not having anything to eat, because they can make bread. They can eat green beans, and they can eat lettuce and cabbage and peppers, and they can eat potatoes, and they can eat sorghum and rice and millet and all these different things. They can eat all this stuff, so they have food to eat. So they're not stressed out like we are. Look, listen, Lawrence, if my job was to tell me you're fired, I'm going to panic because I need money to go to the grocery store. If I can't go to the grocery store, then my family is not eating. And then when the rent is due, I can't pay the rent. So then the landlord is going to kick me out the house. And then if I can't pay my car note, the bank is going to take my car.
Yeah,
man, I'm gonna be very, very upset and nervous and scared in America if I don't have any money.
and here's the thing too. In America, and depending on where you are, I guess, I can speak mostly for the city. If let's say you did and you're homeless, some homeless people, they still, especially if you not used to being homeless or whatever, you can still fear, and you fear danger and stuff. Like in Africa, like in the village, even if you are homeless, you can lay in your yard, you still gonna be safe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, it's great to have a shelter or something, a roof over your head, but at the end of the day, there just is a level of freedom. And if you live in the village, and I've met a lot of people, like especially in Ghana, I can speak for Ghana. I went to Kumasi, Cape Coast, I went to the Volta region. I pretty much went all over Ghana. And when you speak to the chief, right, there's no taxes. What you do pay, you pay like a fee so they can transfer the property in your name, things of that nature. And then you own it for like 99 or something like years or 50 or whatever. It's kind of like after the Jubilee, then it's something happened. But other than that, like taxes wise, you don't pay no taxes. You own it, but you literally do. You see what I'm saying? And I can't speak for the city of Ghana, because they do have what they call they have like subdivisions. Like subdivisions, you will have like some owner owns it or whatever, this and that. I can't confirm whether they pay taxes, but I think they may pay something. But if you buy land like out, man, it's so much land. It's ridiculous. When I was traveling, so much land is like no one is using it. It's fertile land. But what we're talking about mostly is the ability to get one of these. No one is using whatsoever. You can literally build your dream city if you had the money. If I had $100 million, $50 million, I would go to Africa right now, find me the best location statistically where there's no danger, things or anything like that. I would build me a city. I would literally build me a city with everything that you need, like whether it be medical centers, roads, nicely structures, houses to rent. If I had that kind of money. But we're calling on the Israelites that if we all came together, put money in a trust, you know what I'm saying, to be what Akon tried to do that he couldn't do. Like he's from there. And whatever he tried to do. But us who the Most High has given us wisdom and to be able to do things and we put ourselves together, we can do that. But it don't take that much though. I mean, it's expensive, but when I say in comparison to what the other nations do, they talking billions and billions and billions. But if we had $20 million, you could build a city. You know what I'm saying? If you had 30 million, you can build a city. I'm telling you, because the dollar goes a long way in many of those places, in different places of Africa, and that you can actually survive and no one would bother you. Go ahead, Ron.
No, if Travonte doesn't have anything to say right now, I'm going to share some things real quick, and then y'all can just eat a snack or go to the bathroom while I kind of go through these slides. It's not a lot. Just want to point on some things that people need to take into perspective when they're undecided about whether or not they should be even leaving America, because that's one of the things that people that holds them back. Like Travonte said, what's holding you back? And if you think that Africa is not part of the prophecy because you don't believe it's part of the land of Canaan, the Holy Land, you don't believe that America's Babylon, you don't believe that we're in a time right now where prophecy is being fulfilled or the stage is being set, and you don't need to do anything right now because the Most High is going to take care of everything. You don't have to lift a finger, you don't have to lift a toe. Then some of the stuff on these slides I'm going to share should put into perspective why you should be utterly concerned, really concerned for your safety.
Before you do that, answer just one quick question, and it's really two questions before we do that. And I think some people, even though you may have a group, some people form groups like in Africa and they try to get land, and then but they don't follow what the Bible said, which is you count the cost before you do something. Some people, they just jump into things and they go and buy land, and then the land sits there. You don't do nothing on it. You don't even add a barricade, because in Africa, when you buy land, you have a certain amount of time to actually build something on it. And if you don't, they can take it away from you. The idea of you getting the land is to do something with it. It ain't like America where, you just sitting around and no, you have to do. That's why they're giving it to you. You see what I'm saying? They're giving it to you to do something on it. So that's why you count the cost. So you might have a group and don't buy land with it for 4 or 5 years because the time has not come for you to do that yet. You have to be able to count the cost. Ain't nobody just going to buy land just to buy land. You want to buy land and do something with it, but you need to have the funds to be able to build that land up. Quick question, Dante. I believe somebody said that there are people in your groups that purchase land. Do you have a group? And if you do, have people purchase land or anything like that? Or is there a plan where you're just waiting to amass some capital? And the same question to you, Ron. Go ahead, Travonte.
We already have a group. I've already had a group started 2 years ago that is for the raising of funds for land acquisition and development. And we have other people kind of like on standby, or they have not yet joined, but they expressed interest in getting land and investing the funds into land acquisition and development. So we're still shy of about 100 people. We're not at the 100 people mark, but as we continue to market and promote the things that we're doing in Africa at the conference and on social media, then more and more people, if they see the signs, they should be emailing me and Travonte saying, "Hey, we want to be a part of this group and what you guys are doing, because we also see the time is now. We want to be with people that are like-minded and have the same goal and vision in mind. So yeah, we need funding, whether it comes in donations or it comes in monthly contributions into a fund, and that fund is going to be utilized towards the land leasing, land purchasing, and development on the land, because everything is going to require time, money, and labor. So when you have things going on in Africa, you know, you're going to have the people that's going to say, okay, this is what it's going to cost for materials. This is what it's going to cost for me to do the labor, and they're going to send you an invoice unless they work for free, and that invoice is something that has to be paid. They're not going to work for free. The plumber, the electrician, the roofer, the bricklayer, the masonry, the guy that does the finishings, all these things, the guy that does the septic tanks, the guy that does the boreholes, the guy that does the solar panels, the town planner, the surveyor, the hydrologist, all of these guys, they the architect, the engineer, they're all going to give you an invoice. Travonte knows this. They all got to give you an invoice. Even people doing transport, shipping stuff on their buggies or their cars or trucks from one area to the other, trash collection, a water fill up. All of these things was going to require money, time, and labor, and you best believe that you will be getting an invoice, unless we got people in the team that's going to be working for free. And you know, our people, we don't like to work for free. so that's the reality.
Travonte, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I had to get back off.
And before Ron speak, and a lot of the ideas, and I know Ron is very meticulous though. Ron is not going to pull no trigger or no nothing until all the pieces and the puzzles are together. So I can tell you that right now. And the idea is, and some of the details, and I see Lady Grace is asking some questions and things, and that all those already thought of. Like the idea of land, it's not so much, yeah, we come together as a people, but not in a sense where, you know, we're responsible for your property. You know what I'm saying? You can buy land and you get your own plot and you can build your own house on it. But what we're talking about is something even bigger. Okay, great, you got your plot, but where's the hospital? Where's the school? Where's the community center? Where's the infrastructure that allows you continuance? You see what I'm saying? Because the reality is that if you have a house somewhere, but there's no medical center, you still kind of like in shambles. What if you have a medical emergency and there's no doctors? You see what I'm saying? So the idea is we want to make sure that our people are safe as well. There's no security. You have to have security as well, because I've met so many elders who are old and they want to go somewhere else. Like I said, someone had $1,100. They say live off $1,100. If there was in Africa, that would be easy. One, because if you build your house, you wouldn't have no mortgage. So that $1,100 really just go right towards your life. And you're going to have money that goes over every month. You'll be able to save just from $1,100 in US money, especially as an elder. So the idea is you still treat it like as if you were in the land of Israel back then. Everybody had their own little property. Everybody had their own house they live in. You control your own house, your own home, whatever husband you got, they control their own land. No, the one thing about me, and we don't like to lord over people. You're responsible for your own actions. But the idea is if you're going to be a community, though, if you're going to be a city, you still have the amenities that allows you to live. Now, if you're one of those people who just want to be in nature, you don't care about no hospital, that's a whole nother story. But we have to be realistic with one another, because we do have to provide the necessities and the amenities for people to be able to survive, especially if they're not. What about the widows? You know, those that can't do nothing. It'd be nice to have apartments where they can just live in those apartments. You know, and their whole job would be to treat to teach the younger people to be able to, you know, be good women in society and things of that nature. So there's a whole plan as far as being able to sustain people, whether they don't have money or not. You see what I'm saying? But in order to make this vision happen, we need the help of the people in order to do that. But I understand the trust effort, the trust is not there. People just don't trust. We don't trust one another. And that is the biggest hurdle that we have to overcome. But go ahead, Travonte.
Yeah, so I've in discussion with people that are actually purchasing land throughout the continent right now, whether it be Ghana, Tanzania, South Africa, whatever the case may be. And I was looking through the chat and seeing some of the people's questions on here. And one of the questions I seen was, can we get like a rough estimate of land prices? So that's going to depend greatly on where you are planning to live. So, for example, in South Africa, if you are a person that's wanting to live in the city, obviously the land is going to be a lot more expensive. So you can be paying 1,000 to up to 5,000 an acre. The closer you are to the cities, but then you go into more rural areas where it can be, and it also, if you're going to buy the acre, it's going to be obviously more expensive. So you can be paying $500 an acre when the further out you get from the city, you can be paying $250 an acre if you're buying a bunch of land in general. But it all depends on who's selling the land and where you are. So I know Ron himself have been talking to multiple different people where they given prices on a bunch of land, huge plots of land, whether it be 100 acres or 200 or 300 acres, and obviously that would be cheaper. So what we would like to do is, if we're going to get a big plot of land, obviously we will all have to invest some type of money in, and this is going to take a great deal of trust for the people that's investing their money into those we call forerunners that are there, that are able to do things on the land and get stuff done. And it would have to be some type of fund that we can put in, and constantly being able to pay for contractors to come out and build roads and build houses and lay foundation, do electrical work, just like anywhere else in the world. Is going to take money. So if we're going to come together and do all of these things, we have to one, and what the conference is going to help with this, come together, plan this out, and see what it's going to look like as a collective and as a community, and then get real with get real with how much is this thing going to take? How much are you planning or willing to be able to invest in a project like this? And if you're serious about it, because at this point, we can only move forward and do things with people that are serious about trying to get land on the continent. If you're not serious and you're just there to talk about it and not really put your money where your mouth is, then yeah, you can go out there yourself and try to find an acre or two or three or four, whatever the case may be. But trust and believe you're going to struggle trying to do it that way unless you're just this multi-millionaire. So it's going to take us as a collective coming together, like I said, with the conference, seeing what's realistic, what can we contribute as everybody have to contribute at the end of the day. And when we're contributing, then who are going to be the people that's going out to do it? And if you're one of the ones that are trying to be out there and help us with this, then you have to be serious about putting the legwork in and going through the things necessary in order to build this foundation. I know it's easy it's easy to look at it when everything's finished, like, okay, now I want to invest.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of our people like to do. Wait till everything's finished, wait till it's safe, secure, and everything is done. But by then, that could be too late. So,
to be honest with you, I'm fine with people if they do that too. But guess what? The people who believe, those are the ones that they reap the benefits of the original. You know what I'm saying? Because things are much lower. Things are much, you know what I'm saying? Those that probably will be living free because they got a special skill or something. But if you're trying to come off and everything is built, then now you're going to be a tenant. Or you can just buy the house straight out. You see what I'm saying? You're going to be a tenant. But the idea is that, and I spoke to Ron about this, and it's something that, I'm in the process of doing to try to come up. But my thing is location in Africa. The idea is you have to scout out. I'm a strong believer. The more knowledge you have, the culture, the government. That's why I talk to some of the government officials. That's why I don't talk to the police. That's why I don't talk to some of the little local politicians there. That's why I talk to the chief. So I can understand how the hierarchy of their system works. So when you go there and you talk to the local people and even the surrounding people, you want to know if there's any tribal issues, anything like that. I want to know all of that. And then you choose the one location that And that's going to be conducive for security reasons. That's going to be fertile land, places where, and then on top of that, when you do go to these places, how close are you to any other community? Because then now you have to be a benefit to those communities because you're the outsider. You're the outsider. So when you go there, you got to make sure that the people of the land can benefit as well. Because we can't be like, yeah, it's our land, but they look at us as strangers as well. So just like Abraham and Jacob and Isaac, when they went places, the people were blessed. So when we go to these places, the people got to be blessed too. It ain't just us. You have to be sort of like an asset to these people, because if they need protection, you got to be able to do it for them. So that way, when you work together, they help you and you help them. Everybody has to benefit. But I am working, and I'm going to be more active in that with Ron, because I was telling Ron, man, I need a sketch. If I can get a sketch of a city, some approximate cost or whatever, this and that, and then we can move in the phase of really promoting this so people can donate, and then we'll keep their names, be part of like some kind of board and being able to be like shareholders within all of this. You see what I'm saying? And it goes into a trust account, so where these things can be done fiscally in a fiscal responsible way, and so that trust can be built, because we got to build trust with one another again. And that is the problem. That is the hurdle that we have to overcome. We have to overcome this trust factor, because some people have been scammed. Some people have had misfortune and things that happened to them. And we have to be sympathetic to those people that has had these bad experiences. Because once you've had these bad experiences, you cannot undo those experiences. But the idea is to regain the trust again. But the only way to do that is that we have to come together and be transparent in everything that we do. You see what I'm saying? But that plan that I'm talking about with, we're going to come up, it's going to take a while to do, because it's very meticulous. You're talking about coming up with a whole city plan, roads, infrastructure, and how much something like that would cost estimately. And then keep in mind too, even when you do come up with this cost, and let's say a year, and if it takes 2-3 years to do it, now you have to account for inflation, because prices can change. So the longer we wait, sometimes the more it can cost, because a project that may cost a certain price today, 3 years later, it ain't gonna be the same. Yesterday's price is not today's price. That's, you hear the saying. So we have to be real in how we do this. So that's pretty much it. But Ron, go into your thing, so that way we don't want to give too much detail too, because we do have to be prudent about what we're saying. Also, some of these things face to face is the best way to do it.
Yeah, and before Ron, I just wanted to say, yeah, I agree with you, because me and Ron talked about this before. There are going to be people that when everything is finished and set up, they're going to want to obviously invest and do things like that once they see everything secure, and that's fine. We don't have an issue with that. But like you said, also, Lorvins, it obviously is going to cost you more, and the vision behind what's happening, you really won't have as much of a say so in the vision as far as what things are going to look like, unless you're, obviously early into doing it. But yeah, it's going to be huge for us to actually meet with everybody, and like we said, face to face, so we can, for one, see who we're dealing with, and then come together and have a real conversation. We don't want to. It's one thing to do stuff over a live or a Zoom. Is another thing to do things in person, where we can actually see one another, get a feel for one another, and build that trust. So seeing you face to face, seeing me face to face is what's going to build that trust, not this right here. This is only the beginning stages of it.
Okay. All righty, let's go ahead real quick and get this out the way. And all right, so hopefully it works like the test when we tested it before. It works. So can you see it, Lawrence? You got to add it. Can you see it, Lawrence?
Yeah, I can see it. I was muted. Sorry.
Okay, now let me make it bigger so y'all can see. All right, so is it bigger now and you can hear me?
Yeah, it's bigger. And then when you want it full screen, I can do that.
Oh, it's up to you. I mean, I'm looking at the full screen on PowerPoint. So.
Well, when you're talking, if you're showing a video, let me know, and then I can make it the full screen.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so basically, Two of Satan's most powerful tools are distraction and deception. The squirrel knows that when he leaves the tree and he's on the land and there's cats and dogs and hawks, that he's a target for, being captured and killed and being lynched. So we have to not be distracted by all the things that the enemy is throwing our way. And that also includes deception. So in these times, it says that let no man deceive you, even though we know that Satan deceives the whole world, and he's the opponent and adversary of God, the truth, and the Israelites. We have to keep in mind that all types of destructive mechanisms and deception will be used by the platforms that the enemy and the Gentiles possess and control. Social media is one of them, and TV and religion. All right, here's a video promo for those that haven't seen it yet. And so, Lawrence, you can make the screen bigger, I guess, now.
There's a war going on outside, no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever.
As you sit in the comfort of your home, watching the world news, are you ready for what's coming? Some say there is salvation in suffering. Massive layoffs and rising evictions. Increased stress and worrying about how you're going to pay the monthly bills. Homelessness.
What?
Rising food prices you cannot afford. America is under attack. It's happening. Fuel shortages and widespread panic. Another pandemic. Your city has just been hit by an intercontinental ballistic missile. Think fast. What will be your next plan of action? Stay in Babylon, America, or flee to Africa? You know what the Bible says. Is God giving us a final warning?
Greetings and shalom. The Negro Network and Freedom Chasers is proud to announce the Final Call Conference happening in Dallas, Texas, June 12th to June 13th, 2026. The Final Call two-day conference is a groundbreaking gathering designed to deliver a powerful call to action to the Black diasporan community, specifically people of African descent who are scattered in Europe, the Americas, and the Caribbean. The conference's central focus is the urgent need for unity, vision, and collective movement toward building self-sustaining off-grid, eco-friendly communities in Africa. As we witness escalating tensions worldwide, nations rising against nations, wars, and rumors of wars, many of us are wondering if we are safe in our prospective lands. The question many are asking is, do we stay in America or do we leave? And where do we go? How will we get there? How can we sustain ourselves in another country without our 9-to-5 jobs? The biggest thing people are waiting for is for someone to come up with real solutions and to implement them. In the face of a rapidly advancing digital age, where artificial intelligence, AI, digital currencies, digital IDs, and mass technological control over food and water supplies threaten autonomy, This conference seeks to awaken strategic cooperation among faith-based and cultural groups within the African diaspora. It emphasizes the necessity of reconnecting with and partnering alongside continental Africans to establish thriving, independent systems that ensure security, sustainability, and long-term survival, not for just us, but for our future generations. The main objective is to lay out actionable blueprints for joint ventures in large-scale land acquisition, agriculture, horticulture, sustainable housing, education, renewable energy, solar and hydroelectric, and community-based security networks. Delegates and participants will collaborate on models that prioritize environmental harmony, local empowerment, and economic independence, creating communities in Africa that can thrive without dependence on external powers or exploitative systems. Communities that do not have to obey, comply, or submit to the biblical mark of the beast. Control system, which many feel is rapidly approaching in our time. Even more, why should we try to build a future in America when we cannot own land unless we have the money to pay yearly property taxes? This is a system of enslavement. No money in America equals no land, no house, no food, no water or shelter. The Final Call Conference is not merely a discussion. It is a movement of restoration, unification, and divine responsibility. It seeks to inspire leaders, builders, and visionaries across the African world to answer the final call, to unite, build, and reclaim control over the future of Black civilization. Unlike many conferences, at this event we are not just going to talk and go home. We will be establishing a members-only group of diasporans who are ready to put forth action, people who are ready to put their money where their mouth is. When presented in this way, the conference becomes more than an event. It becomes the blueprint for a new chapter in the empowerment and sustainable freedom for God's chosen people. If you want to eventually one day live in a community of like-minded believers on land, in a home that cannot be taken from you because of property tax laws or eminent domain, this is the conference you need to attend. To register for this conference, simply go to thenegronetwork.com. If you wish to be a vendor or sell food at this event, email us at Hebrews2Negroes@yahoo.com or Travonte.moody@yahoo.com.
The conference is, again, June the 12th to the 13th, Friday and Saturday, 10 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening. The closest, sub-cities is Garland, Texas, and Plano, Texas. But Garland, Texas is closer, within 15 minutes from the venue. And we have to keep in mind that the mark of the beast is in the Bible. It controls your ability to buy and sell. So it's going to control money. Money. The foundation for the mark of the beast is already here. Many companies that own everything already, Fortune 500, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, we should know this by now. Palantir has access to all of our data digitally. The United States Department of Agriculture, they're working with the social media apps that are controlled by the people from Israel, such as TikTok, Larry Ellison, Facebook, Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, also Google and YouTube. You have the two Jewish guys that founded YouTube and Google. They control it. Twitter is controlled by Elon Musk, and Benjamin Netanyahu said that's the last hurdle they have to acquire is X or Twitter. And we see that all these things, ExpressVPN, all these things are all locked and loaded to be able to create your social credit score and to monitor your talking and expression and memes and posts and what you are against and what you're for and who you're talking about negatively. All these things are already accessible via the internet and digital data. We know the digital currencies is here. Stable coins is already in effect with the Genius Act that Donald Trump passed and his own USD1 stablecoin currency powered by BitGo under the website World Liberty Financial. Donald Trump and his family and Jared Kushner, they have their own stablecoin backed by the US dollar under the Genius Act, and it is bypassing traditional banking and SWIFT codes. So they can transfer and move millions of dollars without using any banks, without using any SWIFT code, without having to go through any Forex or any documentation or paperwork. They can do that. But your bank in America or Europe or Africa can restrict you from sending money to somebody else in another country unless you have the proper documentation and go through the proper channels. So this is a fact. Digital IDs is already easy to do. It's being done in China. It's already done in India. And we have to understand these things are actually already here. They are here. Property tax laws in America, council tax laws in Europe controls your ability to own land. Don't pay these taxes, you lose your land. So they control your food, water, electricity, shelter, housing, heating, set trash, sewage, internet, transportation. Is game over for those that are in America that are listening and following poor leaders and poor teachers teaching false doctrines. Leaders and teachers who give the people false hope and what I call Israelite fantasies and utopian beliefs that is linked to America, they're not operating in reality. People who do not plan and prepare when the danger is coming, and when they see the danger, will suffer the consequences. And those that suffer the consequences despite seeing the signs and the danger coming, they are labeled as the foolish in the book of wisdom, Proverbs 22:3. So no unity and no support for true leaders teaching the truth that have their own mandate and assignment that the Most High has given them to lead the people in a positive direction, means that if you don't want to do anything in terms of unifying with others that are in the right path, then it's every man out for themselves. This is how we fall succumb to the elite's plans for us in America and the world. So one of the things that I like to talk about, and I'm just going to briefly say this, is that in order for modern day Israel to be the Holy Land, we have to start seeing the prophecies of Ezekiel 38 unfolding, at least the foundation. At least it has to make sense. So why would Ezekiel 38 say that these other nations are going to come to the Holy Land to plunder, to spoil, to prey upon the land and the people of its raw materials and its resources, like silver and gold, cobalt, coltan, aluminum, iron, copper, lithium, uranium, iridium, all these things has to be in the Holy Land for the other nations to want to plunder and steal and take land. But we see none of the nations are doing that in the state of Israel. However, in Bible prophecy, the children of Gomer are the Chinese, the Taiwanese, the Koreans. Magoggians are the Germanic, Celtic, barbarians, non-Greco-Roman Europeans, or the children of Japhet. And America was birthed out of Great Britain, who was established by the Germanic tribes, including the Vikings. Meshach and Tubal is Russia, with the Slavic dominance. Of all the Slavs, Russia is the dominant force. Torgomov are your white Turks. Today we call them the modern Arabs, the white Arabs and the white Turkic Jews, such as the Khazarians that adopted Judaism and merged their mother tongue, Slavic, Turkic, and Germanic with learned Hebrew and called it Yiddish. And so these white Turkic, now we call them Arabs, are in the Levant, the Middle East, North Africa, Asia Minor, which is Turkey, and in these other areas. So Persia, who's the Persians? Now I know people believe that the Persians, the Iranians today, are the real Persians, but they are genetically and historically descendants of people from Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, on each side of the Caspian Sea, which is the Sea of the Khazars. If you look at the old maps, they are simply people that adopted the religion of Islam or the religion of Zoroastrianism, the Persian religion. And because of that, they had to learn the liturgical language of Islam, Arabic, or the liturgical language now that we see of the Zoroastrianism, Persian religion, which today they speak Farsi, and Farsi is simply Arabic, Turkic, French, English, with a little bit of the downstream languages that originate from the old Persian language. However, when you look at the people in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India, North India, the Aryans, you'll see that their languages like Gujarati, Sindh, Urdu, Pashtun, Dari, which is spoken in Afghanistan. These languages have very close connections to the ancient language used in the so-called Bible of the ancient Persians, which is called the Avesta. So King Darius and King Cyprus, their Bible was called the Avesta. And in the Avesta, they had the Gathas. And that language that was used, the script used in the book of the old Persian religion, Zoroastrianism, was called Avestan. And Avestan, its sister language family, is spoken in Pakistan, Afghanistan, North India, like the Prime Minister of India, Modi, and Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi was a Gujarati man. Same thing with the president of India. So the Aryan Indians is where you get the word Iranian. And these deities and gods are seen in the ancient Persian religion and in the Hindu Vedic religion. I got this in the movie Hebrews and Negroes 3, Volume 3. It proves it all there. And the Sahelian blacks that are Muslims, Africans in the Maghreb, in the Sahel, like the Tuaregs and the Hausas and Fulanis and the Tubus and the Kanuri and other tribes, they are the descendants of Put. Former ancestors came from Libya. And we know that the two children of Cush are in South Sudan, and their downstream relatives are in the African Great Lakes in East Africa. So the land of Canaan is sub-Saharan Africa, the land of the E1B1A carriers, such as African-American Negroes and Caribbean blacks that are scattered from on that land. So this, if you say, well, Ryan, you're wrong. You're wrong, Ryan. I don't believe none of you say. Well, the proof is on H2NTV.com in this movie right here, The Israelites versus Gog and Magog's Army. So we have to realize that at the end of the day, the Bible does tell us what's happening in Africa was supposed to happen, meaning that all the Gentiles coming to Africa that me and Travonte have seen in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Uganda, in South Africa, in Zambia, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, in Angola, they are all there because they are fulfilling the prophecies of Ezekiel 38. And the Bible tells us in Ezekiel 38 that we, the Israelites and the Bantu people and West Africans, are supposed to be prepared and prepare for thyself all thy company that are assembled unto thee, and be on guard against them. So if I'm living in my house on 100 acres of land, and the Most High tells me that the nation of Lormeus is going to come against your land in the future, and the nation of Lormeus is going to plunder your land and your livestock and the gold and silver on your land and all the crops you got, and they're going to prey upon all the Dalton family people on your land. And I'm going to be like, all right, thanks, Most High. I'm going to be on guard and prepare for when this nation called the nation of Lormeus is going to come on my land and visit me. But however, we're not doing any of this stuff, because it says that these nations are going to come like a storm and cover the land like a cloud. All thy bands, many people with thee. This is massive immigration. But at the time that these other nations, like the Chinese and the Russians and the Europeans and the Americans and the Arabs and the Jews and the Indians and the Pakistani are going to come to the land of sub-Saharan Africa, which is the true land of Canaan, they're going to come with an evil thought, an evil scheme, an evil agenda, an evil purpose. And they're going to say, I'm going to go to the land of unwalled villages for those that are dwelling at rest and safely without walls, without bars nor gates. But what are they going to do? Well, the Most High tells us, but we're disobedient and reject this. Because in Ezekiel 38, it says they're going to come and take a spoil. They're going to take a prey. Now, when you spoil somebody, you are looting them. If somebody came to spoil my house, they're coming to take things out of my house. They're coming to steal, to plunder. And they can do it either by coercion, skill, strategy, tactics, or brute force. These days, they're not going to take it with the gun. They're going to take it with skill, coercion, strategy, and tactics. So they can do land grabs. They can take minerals. They can do lopsided deals where they say to Zimbabwe and Zambia, we're going to give you a health aid package. But in return, we want all these minerals. We're going to provide peace and stabilization to the Eastern DRC, Congo. But in return, we want to have access to all the minerals in the Congo. Take it or leave it. You see, this is how they're able to do exactly what the Bible says in Ezekiel 38. And it says that these nations are going to turn their hand upon the uninhabited, uncultivated, large tracts of lands in Africa that are now inhabited with people. Who? The Israelites. And against the tribes or people that are gathered or assembled from the nation or nations. And they're going to come and spoil. They're going to, the merchants of Tarshish and Debron, who are like the import-export traders of the world, they're going to look at all of this happening and they say, Are thou come to take a spoil? Have thou gathered thy company to take a prey? To carry away silver and gold? To take away cattle and goods? To take a great spoil? So yes, the other nations are the predator. We are the prey. Because it says they are going to prey upon the people and the land. So the Gentiles are coming to prey and to take and to exploit. Because if Lorvins and his family is my prey and I'm the predator, then I'm going to take what I can from Lorvins and he's going to lose. I'm going to gain, he's going to lose. The lion preys upon the zebras and the zebras lose their life at the expense of the lion so he can feed his family and they all can eat the flesh of the zebras. So in America and even worldwide, but really in America, there is no freedom because the powers to be control our economics. They control our education. They control our entertainment, sports, Hollywood, the music industry, social media. They control that. They control labor, our jobs, unemployment, DEI, affirmative action. They control law, politics, religion, sex, travel, and war. Now, happening right now in Africa, Korea, which is attached to China, and they are descendants of Gomer, they are also entering the African plunder campaign. This is crazy because the Chinese have been doing this for a while now, but now Korea has its eyes set on Nigeria's critical mineral wealth. You see, everybody wants a piece of the land of Canaan. And the Chinese don't want anybody meddling in what they've already established. So when the Taiwanese people come to Zambia and the Chinese don't like the Taiwanese, they're like, nope, you guys, if you guys are coming to Zambia for this conference, then we're going to shut down the conference. So China just told Zambia to shut down this digital rights conference that the Taiwanese were invited to, but the Chinese didn't like it. So the Chinese told the president of Zambia, he told a sovereign president, shut it down. And Zambia shut it down. Now, the group called RightsCon organized and was hosting this event by Access Now. What is Access Now and what is RightsCon? Well, RightsCon is the world's leading summit series on human rights in the digital age. It brings together activists, business leaders, policymakers, technologists, and journalists to discuss and tackle issues at the intersection of technology and human rights, such as privacy, censorship, AI, and online freedom. What they're basically doing here is they're going to monitor the digital world so that they're going to be like the thought police, like Minority Report, so that nobody can be saying anything bad about the elite of certain countries, certain leaders, certain ethnic groups. And if you do, they are going to have the right to shut you down, shut your platform down, shadow ban you, censor you, make it illegal in your country, pass laws so where they can prosecute you. This is what's happening right now in Africa. They're extending this digital big brother AI censorship, and they guise it as we are trying to protect everybody's human rights. No, you're not. You're trying to protect the human rights of certain people. And the Chinese, because the Taiwanese came in, were like, we're coming in too. The Chinese said, nope. Zambia president shut it down. You know why they did that? Because Zambia has a lot of investment deals with China. So China is really got a strong foothold in Zambia. So they have the power to tell the Zambian president, shut it down. And they did. And RightsCons has sponsors. RightsCon has sponsors, and guess who their sponsors are? Google, Netflix, and other organizations that are run by you know who, and you know who their stakeholders are, like State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock. Access Now, digital rights for everyone. What it's not really digital rights for everyone, it's digital rights for certain people. And if you go against those so-called human rights and you violate hate speech or anti-Semitic laws on the digital platforms that we are all on every day, they're going to come for you. They're going to know what you're doing, why you're doing it, where you live at, who you work for. They're going to know all these things. So you're not safe anymore. Access Now is a nonprofit started in New York City. The founders, Brett Solomon, Cameron Ashraf, Sina Rabbani, Kim Pham. What do those names seem like they have their ethnic surname background? Where are they from? Germany, the United Kingdom? Are they from Israel? Are they Jewish? Are they Indian? Are they Arab? Well, you should already know with a name like Brett Solomon and Sina Rabbani. And this lady also, too, was the founder of Access Now, Mayan Zeev. Mayan Zeev. This is a Jewish surname. This is just the facts. So we're not making this stuff up. And so the attack against us coming back to the continent is being regulated on massive levels. Passports getting revoked. People not being able to get passports because of certain things that they have made law. Marcus Garvey tried to get us to Africa. They shut him down, even though he had a ship. The passports that we use today and the visa systems that we are using today in Africa, and it seems as though it's very hard to get long-term visas in Africa, even as African diaspora. You know who started it? It started after the League of Nations, the predecessor to the United Nations. Baron Edmund Rothschild is Jewish. In his book called The Inside Story of Peace Conference, it's a lady named Emily Joseph Dillon states the following of the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919 after World War I. In her book, she quoted, "It may seem amazing to some readers, but it is not the less a fact that a considerable number of delegates at the peace conference believe that the real influences behind the Anglo-Saxon people were Jews, and the formula into which this policy was thrown by the members of the conference, whose countries it affected, and who regarded it as a fatal as fatal to the peace of the Europe of Eastern Europe, ends thus. Henceforth, the world will be governed by the Anglo-Saxon peoples, who in turn are swayed by their Jewish elements. On May the 30th, a spin-off meeting from the so-called peace conference was held, chaired by Baron Edmund Rothschild, Jewish guy, at the Hotel Majestic in Paris, where it was decided that an organization be set up to control what governments worldwide do. It's always about control. This body is called the Institute of International Affairs, which would subsequently metamorphosize into two arms: the British Royal Institute of International Affairs in 1920, and its American counterpart, the Council of Foreign Relations, the CFR, in 1921. Both of these bodies are to be controlled by the Rothschilds. Finally, the Rothschilds also used the Versailles Peace Conference to set up their second overt attempt at world government control, which they promoted under the pretext of ending all the wars. But we know that that doesn't happen because there's always wars in which the elite create. They called this attempt at world government control the League of Nations. This would eventually become the United Nations. So the small hats are involved in the United Nations creation. And because of that, we had the Nansen Passport was created in 1922 to provide legal documents to move back and forth in countries after World War I. And when United Nations became the new name for the League of Nations, the United Nations made all African countries sign United Nations Charter agreements that they would abide by the rules of the United Nations. And these passports and visas now acted as international IDs and facilitated the travel and work for people in the colonial countries that they established in Africa. Even after they got their independence, they kept these laws that the United Nations set in place. And so this is the reason why in America, I can leave Michigan and freely travel to Florida, buy a house, apply for a job, get a job, live in Florida, and set up a business. In Europe, you can easily travel, live, and do business in any European Union country without a visa. In India, you can live in any of the provinces and states in North India, East India, Central India, South India. You can move, live there, work, do business, buy a home, buy land, and you do not need a visa. However, in Africa, you cannot do that. Why? Because Africa is the land of Canaan. And they know this. However, when you look at these maps from the 1600s, this is a 1600 map of Jerusalem by a man named Klaas Johnson Vischer. He's a Dutch map maker. And the Dutch and the Jews were shareholders and business partners in the Dutch West Indian Company, which was involved in slave trading. And you see on the map, they documented the different sites of Jerusalem. Mount Zion, the mountain of Zion, is labeled here on the map as 24. You go to 24 on the map, you don't see no mountain. You just see a building because Mount Zion is not there in Israel. Mount Zion is not even in Israel. It's not there. It's not a mountain. It's not a high mountain like Psalms 48:2 says. You know, guys, we got to start paying attention. Pay attention. The Ezekiel 20:40 says, for on my holy mountain, the high mountain of Israel, declares Yahuwah Elohim. They're the whole house of Israel, all of them will serve me in the land of Israel. Where's the mountain at here? Where's this high mountain that Ezekiel 20:40 talks about? I don't see a high mountain here. This is 24. And that's the Temple Mount, the Dome of the Rock, right there at 31. I circled it. So look at 24 and look at 25. What is 25? 25 is Zion's gate, the gate to Mount Zion. 25 is, okay, this is a gate to Mount Zion. Where's Mount Zion at? Mount Zion ain't there. So we have to start asking questions and being concerned. Mount Zion is in Africa. The American dream. We all love the American dream. We try to achieve it. We want this house in America. We want a nice lawn. We want a dog. We want to have the family and kids in the picket fence. But the American dream is now the American nightmare. And we have to understand that as long as they keep us preoccupied and worried about bills and looking at TV and social media, working 5 days a week, resting and doing things and buying things on the weekend, having sex and having babies and all these little activities. This is the kind of life that they want us to live, so that we're not paying attention to the clampdown of control that they have. And in the book 1984, this is what they quoted. This is a play out of what's happening right now. It says, left to themselves, the people have reverted to a style of life that appeared to be natural to them. A sort of ancestral pattern: work, the care of home and the children, petty gossip and quarrels with the neighbors, films, movies, social media, football, basketball, soccer, beer, alcohol, liquor, drugs, marijuana, heroin, gambling filled up their horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength for the elite. Big Brother is watching you. The thought police is real. This is what Palantir is all about. The pros are the working slave class, the majority of the population. We have now went to the form of debt slaves. Before, we were indigenous people living in Africa: the Canaanites, the Israelites, the Egyptians, the Puttites, the Edomites. All these different nations were living indigenous in their lands that they were in. And then we had slavery, colonization, modern day slaves. Now we are debt slaves to society, where we are actually under their rulership. However, if we follow God's law and do what Yah states and model after the pattern of what's in the Bible, then it says that the people in the community, the tribes and the clans, meaning the Israelites, God sets a leader for the people: Abraham, Moses. These leaders are succeeded by prophets and kings, priests and high priests and elders. They are the supporting staff of the leader, or they are the leader. But guess what, guys? The community, the people, they all have to support the leadership. Tithing. King Solomon made the foreigners and the strangers work in certain positions, and he taxed them so that the Israelites benefited from the stranger and the foreigner that wanted to live in the land of Israel. But the Israelites had everything they needed in the land. They didn't need to work a 9 to 5 and get a paycheck. They didn't have to have a bank account and a debit credit card or digital currency, because they had the land, and the land provided for them. And they supported the hierarchy leadership so that they can get things done, like what we're trying to do here in Africa. So the people have to support the true leaders that Yah has assigned, so that Yah's will can be done and fulfilled, because we are the Israelites. So the assignment mandate bestowed upon true leaders of Yah in this time and day and age is for the best interest of the people. But like Travonte says, we have to have community, we have to have unity, we have to have support. This is the problem we're seeing in the Israelite community. So when they use these things against us, like social media and TV and music and the series like The Lady in the Lake, they're showing you in this series what's going on. They showing this and it's a Jewish lady that made the movie based on a book. Us, Them, American Refugee. If you've seen that movie, check it out. They're showing you how black people are not prepared for anything, and that we are going to depend and run to the government and the Gentiles when we are in a situation where we need help because we didn't prepare. This is also in the movie Leave the World Behind. And as the movie The Django shows us, Leonardo DiCaprio and his other slave master buddy was sitting in the living room smoking a cigar and drinking alcohol, and Jamie Foxx was in there with his cowboy hat drinking, and there's a lady in there as well, and they also had servants and housemaids in there, black people. And in the living room, you have two strong, muscular, warrior-looking type black slaves fighting themselves to the death. They were so strong they could have easily overtook Leonardo DiCaprio and his Gentile friend in the house and took possession of the plantation. But instead of doing that, they're fighting like gladiators to the death in front of the Gentiles, while the Gentiles sit there and laugh and cheer it on. And this is the same thing that's happening in America with the FBA and blacks and Africans and who they call tethers and Caribbean blacks. It's the same thing that's happening in Africa with all the xenophobia and tribalism and black people attacking black people. But the Gentiles are not being attacked and being kicked out on the massive level that other Africans are calling for the removal of other Africans in their country. So we have to look at what's happening and see how the Gentiles are playing these things. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty. America is unstable. Retail workers' jobs are at jeopardy. Massive layoffs are continuously happening as Americans grow broke. My wife, she has friends, and just the other day she came in and said, "Guess who just got fired?" And I said, "Who?" And she told me. I said, "Wow." I said, "What happened?" And she told me what happened. People are getting fired left and right. People are needing money left and right. People are asking me and asking others for money left and right. And I said, "Well, I'll try to survive just like you are." And people are asking me for money. Well, I need some money too. Content creators and filmmakers, with AI, with the algorithms that they're controlling with YouTube, your money is unstable unless you're pushing content and an agenda they want people to see, like Mr. Beast. Factory workers, massive layoffs are happening in the factories as tariffs, the high cost of gasoline and diesel are taking effect on companies, and they got to consolidate. They gotta act fast before the people at the top start losing money and they can go bankrupt. They're not going to go bankrupt before letting you go. Keep that in mind. This is unstable. This is not secure. And when you don't have a job working in the factory, you can't provide food, water, and shelter to your family. The medical field is unstable. It's becoming saturated. The people that's working in nursing and doctors that are older, they're not retiring quickly. They're staying until they're 70. You got old nurses, you got old doctors that's hanging around to their 70s, close to 80 years old, still working in the hospital. That means that all the young people coming in, they just got their degrees. They want to be a nurse, they want to be a doctor, they want to be a physical therapist. Guess what? We don't need any more. You can cook the food, you can push the transportation gurney, you can clean the rooms and be a housekeeper, you can greet somebody at the door. This is the kind of jobs that they're gonna have open for you. The jobs that are menial and servitude jobs. Rising food prices. We already know this is happening. And Travonte talked about the price of gasoline and diesel in Texas. And fertilizer is going up. So why do you need fertilizer in America? Because the soil of America is defiled. You can't grow crops in America because the soil quality is not as fertile as in Africa, like Uganda or Kenya or Congo or Angola. So even black farmers are saying that we're in trouble. Farmers are in trouble, and black farmers are losing land every month, every year, to the point that we're not going to have any black farmers to feed us if we're going to depend on each other to feed us with the farms. And this is the reality here.
American farmers are bracing for more uncertainty as infighting between House Republicans stalls the farm bill. Lawmakers push back to final vote over disagreements on ethanol policy and spending as we take a live look on at Capitol Hill. That leaves key support programs and price protections for farmers in limbo. This is at a time producers and farmers say they need long-term certainty. Some are warning this delay could disproportionately impact Black farmers, saying without action, long-standing gaps could only widen. Joining us now, John Boyd Jr., president and founder of the National Black Farmers Association. Good morning, Farmer John. Always good to see you, sir. Let's talk about this farm bill. It includes programs aimed at disadvantaged farmers across the country. Right now, there's no final deal. It's been postponed again. You and I have talked about the uncertainty you and so many farmers feel. What's at stake for those programs that are now in delay again?
Well, it's tough because America's farmers been out here with no farm bill for so very, very long. And it looks like the Republicans, Democrats in the House should at least be able to sit down and come out with some sort of solution for America's farmers. One's talking about the cuts for food stamps and all of these things and corn, ethanol. All those things could be worked out if people sit down and do the right thing for America's farmers. We are faced with high input costs right now with the high cost of fertilizer, the high cost of diesel fuel hovering around $6 a gallon. That's $600 a fill up for my tractor. And these are things that farmers did not plan for in the coming planting season. Fertilizer is the first application and the process. And, to sit here and have Congress say, you know what, we're not going to come up with a farm bill again is really another slap in the face for America's farmers. Our population have been dealt a whole lot of cuts from the administration. $300 million for a program that was helping social disadvantaged farmers, Black farmers, where they were being able to buy them. That program has been cut. So we've been faced with a lot of cuts. We have 200 farmers in our organization that have received loan acceleration foreclosure letters from USDA and denied loan servicing, which that means that they will not be offered loan reamortization or debt write-down or to reschedule these payments. That the administration is moving forward with over 200 farm foreclosures for generational Black farmers. It's devastating.
I wanted to ask you just about that, John, because you and I have spoken and you have said that many farmers are filing for bankruptcy. These are generational farmers. I am curious, you are a huge voice in the farming industry, in the farming community. Any contact with the Trump administration?
Well, a few exchanges of emails and a few phone calls, but believe it or not, no FaceTime interaction. And when the administration met with farmers, they said that basically I couldn't come to the meeting, that they were moving away from the Black farmer issue and DEI, all the things that don't relate to my farm here. My cows don't care what color I am, and nobody wants to do. Nobody wants to do this hard work, so there's no special hiring preferences here on my farm. So we need interaction with the administration so I can tell them the conditions of our members. We have generational farmers losing their farm. I had a farmer call me on Monday and said, "Hey, boy, my mom is buried out in the backyard, man. Can you help me? Please save my house and family cemetery." It's painful and it hurts, and to see the politics that are going around as we lose generational farmers. Foundations haven't answered our call to help. Companies that we've been doing business with for a very, very long time should give back and help keep these farmers on their farm.
Well, John, this is such a sad reality, and
the scripture that says rebellious three times. And he just said 200 Black farmers are facing foreclosure of their property, their land. And he said nobody wants to do the hard work. He complained about fertilizer. He complained about diesel. He complained that he didn't even talk about property taxes. You see? black people are just ignorant to what's happening. And the Bible tells us that when you worship the beast, that means you're going to obey the beast. You're going to submit to the beast. And the beast gets his authority, gets his orders from the dragon. The dragon gives authority to the beast. The dragon is Satan, Lucifer, Hillel. The dragon in Revelations chapter 13 gives authority to the beast. And the people that worship the beast, they are obeying the beast. You're submitting, you're complying. You're acknowledging that the beast is like your king, your emperor, your leader. Like you can't do nothing without the beast. So you have to submit to the process of buying and selling in America that they have put for you. So buying and selling means you're also paying property taxes, because paying a bill, you have a seller that's selling you the service, like the internet, or somebody's cutting your grass every month or 4 times a month. And they're going to send you an invoice every month. They're going to say, okay, I cut your grass two times a month. I cut your grass every week. That's four cuts, $25 a cut, $100 a month. They're going to give you the invoice and say, hey, you agreed to it. You decide not to pay the invoice, then we're going to withhold cutting your grass. And so the government tells you, hey, every year you're going to have to pay this invoice of property taxes to stay on your land and to farm your land or live on the land, have a cemetery on your land. But guess what? If you don't pay this bill that we, the seller, have offered to you, and you bought the service, you agreed to the service, you agreed to the contract, you are the buyer, we are the seller, you don't agree with this, then you're going to lose service of having land. This is buying and selling one-on-one. The mark of the beast is going to control your ability to pay property taxes, because you got to have money to pay property taxes. Let's not be stupid and ignorant and think that there is a way around it. Travonte already told us this. I've been telling you this. The first property tax existed and started in the 1630s in America. Before that, there was no such thing as property taxes. This is how they keep us enchained. And this is the sad thing, is that we look at our assets. What do we have left in America for assets? We have our car that can be taken from us. We have our jewelry. You can't eat jewelry. We have our art. You can't eat art. We have cash. We can't eat cash. We have nice vehicles. We can't eat that. We have nice TVs. You can't eat that. We can't live in our vehicle. That's not ideal. We have treasury bills and bonds. You can't eat that. We have real estate. Okay, you got real estate, but you cannot have that real estate on land unless you pay property taxes, which needs money. So at the end of the day, what are we doing here, guys? And even the Gentiles are figuring it out. Listen to this.
Food system, if your energy comes from the grid, if your wealth is exclusive, I won't comply. Sounds brave until you realize the system doesn't need your consent, it only needs your dependence. You see, you can disagree with the globalist agenda on principle all you want. You can disagree with digital IDs, CBDC, smart city, social credit systems, but if your food comes from the mainstream food system, if your energy comes from the grid, if your wealth is exclusively inside their system, in practice, compliance becomes unavoidable. Not because you agree, but because you won't have any real choice but to comply. Let's use a simple example. I'll never accept a digital ID. The intention to refuse a digital ID is sincere, but if supermarkets require digital ID to buy food and you have no alternative option in place, the principle, I won't comply, becomes the practical reality, my children need to eat. This is what most people misunderstand. The globalists don't need you to agree with their agenda. They just need to make sure that you can't survive without their system. That's why the real resistance isn't protesting. It's not posting memes. It's not waking people up. The real resistance is building a life where saying no to the agenda is actually possible. That means access to land, water, energy, and food independently of the mainstream system. And this is exactly why we built the Wild Pine Stack food system. If your energy comes from the grid, if you're
working so I can afford to keep working. I spend all my time working so I can afford to keep working. I think I figured it out. I graduated, so now I owe more money than I've ever seen in my life. I think that's what success feels like. I drive people around all day, can't afford to go anywhere myself, but at least I see the city.
I canceled my subscriptions to save money, then realized I am the subscription. They just bill me directly now.
I got 3 jobs now, which is great because it means I don't have time to spend money. That's what they mean by financial control.
I checked how much this visit costs. I think I'm going to be fine. Like, spiritually fine.
They gave me a promotion, more work, same money. I think that means they believe in me. I spend all.
Before we wrap it up, this is what life is like for Social Security retirees in America, and you all know that when you're on a fixed income, you know that's not good because the cost of living is increasing in America, and people they're tapping out, or if they're not tapping out, they're coming out of retirement and they're going back to work in their 70s and 80s. Who wants to work in their 70s and 80s until you get ready to die?
Which I'm very. Okay, that was the last one. In 2010, I retired from hospital nursing, but Social Security is not enough for my lifestyle. So I started driving for Uber in 2016.
I'm working part-time as a substitute teacher. I work about 3 to 4 days a week. That's $154 a day. If I need something more, I'll just work another day. Had I not decided to go back to work, we would have had to sell the house.
Uber driving is the quickest way of getting extra income to cover my bills. I have not had a speeding ticket for 3 years, which I'm very proud of. I have a Mazda 6 now, which is bigger than the biggest car I've ever had. Backup cameras are such a blessing. I try to make at least $250 a week. I just wish I had enough passive income that I could do whatever I wanted without trading hours for dollars.
I'm administrative assistant. It's phones, it's filing, it's data entry, it's a little bit of everything.
Just to show you guys that the Social Security is going to be insolvent down the line when people don't put into the Social Security and people are still getting Social Security. The young people today, a lot of them ain't working. A lot of people are doing side hustles. They're not putting in Social Security. So unless something happens with Social Security, they're either going to increase the age of retirement or they're going to decrease the benefits. That's not good in an economy and in America where the cost of living is going to keep going up. So the Bible tells us that God gave the Israelites the one gift and asset that is the most important thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gave it to us. That's land. That's the land covenant. And so this is the land of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. And when we're plagued with all these things happening in the world, with job layoffs and tariffs and increase in gasoline and increased costs being put down to the consumer, we got to understand where is the advantage at while we still have a chance to escape. Groceries, Africa has the advantage. Rent, mortgages, having a house, Africa has the advantage. Transportation and fuel, Africa has the advantage. Utilities, Africa has the advantage. Internet, clothes, land ownership, organic food versus defiled GMO food, where you get cancer in your 40s and 50s, Africa has the advantage. Your physical, mental, and spiritual health, Africa has the advantage. Business opportunities, Africa has the advantage. Those that are prudent and understand the signs of the time and they understand the Bible, they have good leaders and teachers, they see the danger, they take precautions, and they tell the people what they need to be doing. Those that don't care, that see the signs and don't do nothing, and then therefore they and their congregation suffers, they're foolish. They're simple-minded people. And when you look at people's salary, like for instance, as a physician assistant in New York City, you can make $125,000 a year, your salary. But when you have things coming out like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, state income tax, federal income tax, family leave insurance, the total net pay that you're going to get actually a year is $87,000. Now think about that. What you really get in your hand in your bank account is $87,000 a year, or $7,200 $264 a month, roughly, but we get paid bi-weekly. So when you look at all these things and you factor in rent, you got 2 cars, insurance, you got to pay for your cars. Car notes $300, electricity is $150, heating gas can be $50 to $200, trash pickup $100, home internet $150, cell phone $150, gasoline $400 a month, medications $40 a month, student loans $400 a month, landscaping optional $100 a month, clothes $400 a month, water $100 a month, food can be $100 a day or less, depending on your situation, $1,500 to $3,000 a month. Your ending balance is negative $1,676. As a physician assistant, I personally used to work Monday through Sunday, hustling in the hospital, picking up overtime, extra shifts, doing surgeries, working in the ER, full time. And then on my days off or times of the day that I can actually still work, like after 6 o'clock, I will go to the nursing homes. I will go to group homes. And if I had time during the day, I would do individual home visits in Detroit. So this guy was basically me. I had the white coat, I had the stethoscope, I had the scrubs, just put my face in his face. And then when I went out to do home visits, I had a driver, like a lady or a man that would drive me around, and I'm sitting in the car charting on my computer or a tablet or a clipboard, and I have all my stuff, equipment in the back, stethoscope, blood pressure cuffs, all these things, draw labs, urine analysis, all these things I used to do. And it wasn't enough. I had no time for a gym membership because when I got off work at like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, I would have to go to the grocery store and get groceries for the family. They were like, Ron, we're hungry. We're here. When you come home? We need this. We need that from the store. You got to go to the store before they close, Ron. Hurry up. And I used to get the groceries from the store before they close at 10 o'clock, get home, and then have to get ready for the next day. And then I had the chart. I had the chart at home. So after I saw patients all day, I had to sit at home and get on the computer and charts and do charting, sending in medications and doing notes and consultations and billing insurance companies. This is not living. My children looking at me on the computer all day long. Like, Daddy's always on the computer. Daddy's always at work. Daddy leaves when it's dark outside. Daddy comes home when it's dark outside. You see, the homeless Hebrew, which is happening a lot right now, he says, the homeless Hebrew says, I follow all the laws. I wear my fringes. Well, today I don't have my fringes on. And I watch all my favorite Hebrew YouTube channels. I keep the feast. I keep Purim and Passover, first fruits, unleavened bread, tabernacles, Shavuot. All these things, Shabbat Shalom. I learned how to speak Hebrew. Working at Walmart. Walmart can get rid of you anytime. I'm a member of Moses Levi Hebrew Israelite congregation, working at Walmart. My name is Ron. I keep all the feasts. I can read Hebrew. I keep all 613 laws. I work for the Edomites. When I get paid, I use the majority of my paycheck on my rent and shopping for food at Walmart. I love Babylon, America. The market of beasts is Sunday worship. So I'm not worried about what these Israelites are saying. This guy, he bought 20 acres of land in Tennessee, cash. He said, I got cash, I got land. He said, now I can grow my own food. I can live free. Guess what, buddy? No, sir. If you don't have the money to pay property taxes, the government will take your land. Are you really free? How can I have inner peace when I gotta keep worrying about having money? This is not our land. Genesis 15 says this. Christian rapture versus Israelite rapture. These are the things that we're believing in. These are Israelites right now. Probably maybe in the comments, you guys are saying this is not true. The Most High is going to gather us, Ron. The Most High is going to gather us. What does that look like? A Christian rapture or UFO abduction out of our house? Start paying attention. Oh, we need reparations first. It says we're going to come up with great substance. So United States, Donald Trump's going to give everybody a duffel bag with $1 million in it. We're going to take that $1 million in our luggage and go to the airport and say, I'm ready to go to Africa now. It's not going to work that way. The 9-to-5 scam. I'm working at McDonald's drive-through, but the AI guy can do that now. The AI guy can take the order, and all you got to do is hand them the bag and the drink and the fries. The 9-to-5 scam is that you work your whole life and live 15 years before you die. Dreams don't happen unless you take action. You're not going to be free unless you take action. The weekend, this is the last video I'm going to show. The weekends are existing for us to recuperate from slaving all week and to spend money. That's what they designed weekends for.
Weekends exist. Why do weekends exist? They were invented to make you spend money. Before 1926, workers already had weekends. They called it Saint Monday. Men got paid Saturday, drank all Sunday, and skipped work Monday to recover. Benjamin Franklin bragged he never made a Saint Monday, and it got him better work. But factories needed constant bodies. Steam machines couldn't wait for hangovers. Henry Ford realized something. Workers can't buy cars if they never leave the factory. On May 1st, 1926, Ford gave workers Saturday and Sunday off. His exact words, "People with 5-day weeks will consume more goods than 6-day workers." The trade was simple. Stop skipping St. Monday, accept the half-Saturday bribe. In exchange, spend your new, free time buying what you just built. Other companies followed. By the late 1930s, federal rules pushed shorter work weeks. Result? Time off became predictable schedules, and shopping got calendared. Weekends exist.
Here's the deal. We want you here, okay? We want you. But I got to know if you're ready for this type of work, because I need all-stars.
Well, you got my resume right there. You can see I'm a hard worker.
I see that.
I'm consistent. I show up every day. I don't take no days off.
No days off. I like that. You definitely ain't going to get none. So what you saying is you ready to work. That's what you saying, right? Come on, son. Spit it out.
I'm ready to work.
Ready to work.
I'm ready to work.
I like that. You definitely going to work. I'm going to make sure you work. Promise you that. You available weekends, holidays?
I mean, I need the job, so I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
Whatever
to make sure that
whatever it takes. I like that. Because let me tell you something. Once you get through these doors, this is your weekend. This is your holiday. This is your family. This is your kids. Okay?
Okay.
So I don't want to hear I'm taking a day off because my mom's sick. I don't want to hear that. When you get here, this is number one. Okay? That's how the All-Stars work. If you ain't ready for that, let me know now.
Can I call you? Can I call you guys later this week and see if that's an option?
They toiled, they served, they slaved, they had provisions. I mean, they did eat so they can work. And when the Israelites left Egypt, they were used to working for the Egyptians and slaving and having the provisions that they had in Egypt, like watermelons and stuff like that. They complained. Like, at least in Egypt, we had food and we were working for the Egyptians. They were used to working and serving like a 9-to-5 job for the Egyptians. But Israelites today, they're so worried about, oh, well, I can't take my 9-to-5 job with me to Africa, so I don't think I can leave and go to Africa. There is a solution for that, and we're going to bring it out at the conference. However, keep in mind that the elite and people from the West are getting their passports, their visas, and they're leaving and going to Africa, and they're setting up their survival Ark of the Beast, Garden of Eden, their second home away from home, because they know what's about to hit the fan in America, and they're leaving, and you're still staying. This is why we have to focus on sustainable community unity. Israelites that understand what's happening, not to be sitting there complaining, worrying, with our heads down, figuring out what we're going to do. No, we have to put together activated faith in action. You can't have faith without works. So activated faith means you actually get up off your butt and do something and go and team up with others that have a solution. They have a plan. And it's not just one of us, it's more than one of us. So all these individuals that are Black represents a lot of us today in America. We're living check to check, working for different jobs, not able to retire yet, paying mortgages or paying rent. What happens when you lose that job, like this happens happening right now in America? What happens if you can't keep up with the inflation and the bills in America, and you have an emergency, a medical emergency, or a car breakdown? What are you gonna do then? Let's start thinking about these things. And we have our DNA test. This is my wife's DNA test, and majority of her DNA is Southern Bantu people, Congo, Cameroon. So we are connected to the continent of Africa. If we do our DNA test, yes, we have DNA connected to Africa. So why die in America and let America take you out eventually, and you're not living a good quality of life? We only live once. We don't live 3 times. Trade in that stress and the lack of freedom for peace of mind and freedom. So there's solutions. You don't want to end up like this in America. You don't want to end up like this in America, even though Israelites are thinking that they can live like this in America once things hits the fan. We want to be happy in our land, the land of Canaan, sub-Saharan Africa. That's what the conference is all about. Not living like this, living like this, not living like this, living like this, smiling in Africa, not living like this. You know, no access to shelter, no access to food, no access to water, no access to security. You can't be secure sleeping on the streets in New York City or Detroit, because somebody can rob you, somebody can kill you, somebody can do anything to you. And that's it.
Oh man, you know, you always bring it, man. At least, you know, if anything people get out of this, is like it has to spark something in you. When I say you, I mean individuals that are listening. And our job really here is to edify as much as you can. And, you know, you allow the spirit to work within you, you know, and then you have to ask yourself, like, what is the spirit? You know, they say the word is his spirit. And so in order to know you have his spirit in you, you can't just pull it out of thin air. It's not just something your knowledge don't come through osmosis. They don't just drop down in you. You know what I'm saying? Those days where we had it good in the garden, where we didn't have to lift a finger, those days are over with. So now it's like we have to earn that back again. You know, people act like they're not gonna have to lift a finger. You have to lift a finger now. In order to get anything now, you have to toil for that thing. Adam and Eve, they screwed it up. There was a point in time we was good. We was in the land, we was chilling. If we needed water, Most High provided. That was the only time where you ain't had to lift a finger. And it was there for the taking. Everything was provided. We are like the wives to the Most High. All of us are like the wives to him. You know what I'm saying? He was able to provide for us. He was there truly, and he was a true husband to us. You know what I'm saying? Because he provided shelter, he provided food, he provided everything that we needed, but we screwed that up. And we think now that we, in this imperfect body that we in, that we just deserve it. Like the Most High just to be giving us stuff. That ain't how it work no more. We got to work for this stuff. We got to work. We got to move. If you want to get from point A to point B, ain't no chariot taking you there. You know what I'm saying? And even if the chariot was going to take you there, guess what? You got to walk to the chariot. So the thing about it is that anything that you do in this life requires action. It requires a leap of faith for you to move forward, to make anything happen in your life. You need money in America, you got to work. And if you need work, guess what? You got to look for work. In order to look for work, you still got to open up your phone, go online and do this. See what I'm saying? So many layers of work and action that you have to do in order to get where you're going. You see what I'm saying? We are so stubborn, and the Most High, he calls us sottish. And he calls us sottish for a reason. He's like, man, people are stupid. Can you imagine the Most High, divine being of all things, creator of all things, calls us sottish? He said, even the nations, they're wiser than us. To the point, he said, even the other nations, their prostitutes get paid for what they do. He said, but Israel operates like a harlot that don't get paid for it. Even if we were like prostitutes, we offer ourselves for free. That's the Most High's word. You know what I'm saying? That just shows our mentality. Our mentality. We don't believe in just, we just believe that the Most High is just supposed to be giving us stuff. We believe we ain't supposed to do nothing. Nah, those days are over with. But in order for us to receive the blessings again, to receive the promise that was promised to us, we have to humble ourselves. If my people humble themselves, right? Got to humble yourself. We got to get to the point where we are low and we bow down and we worship him in all aspects. But what does worship mean? See, people tell you these things. They say worship. Oh, that don't mean just going and singing. Singing just gets you to a place where you should be. It brings you to a place of humility. That's what the singing does. The singing itself is not the actual worship. The worship is what you do throughout the week. The worship is, that's why he said, Pharaoh, let my people go that they may go and what? Worship me. And then he ended up giving them the commandment so they can show the worship through his instruction. That's really the worship. You see what I'm saying? And so we really need to refocus these words that we've been taught way back, in Christianity. We think what they know. A lot of us operate on feelings. Oh my God, I feel the Most High. I can feel him. And we think that's the spiritual moment. Really, if you felt that way and that's the spiritual moment that you feel, that should provoke you to an action. Not just for you to feel that with stammering lips do they honoring me, but their hearts are far away from me. We talk that talk, but your heart's far away from me. You saw he's far away from him. And so we have to change our mentality of what the Most High is really asking of us. Yahushua said, I'm going to send you the comforter, and it's going to show you all things, give you all the understanding, all the truth, right? But what is that? That's the word. It's the word, his word. If you put yourself, immerse yourself, washing of the words. You see what I'm saying? So, man, we have to really focus, man, and not dwell on this la-la land that we live in, this overly spiritualized way of understanding the scripture, and think the Most High owe you something. He don't owe you nothing. We owe him everything. We owe him our life, our service, our gift. Whatever we do is the least, our reasonable service, the work that we do, the service that we render is the least thing we can do for the Most High. And they said in the beginning, you said salvation comes through suffering. Yeah. In order to get, look how much we suffering just to obtain salvation, just to get some freeness. You see what I'm saying? We are suffering people. You see what I'm saying? But he said, you shall not suffer anymore. Just look at what he did for us. And he shows us the truth so that we may not suffer. Accept him. Yahushua, he paved the way and how we should understand what it is that the Father asks of us. You see what I'm saying? And it's through action. And that's what we got to do. 1 second. And so, but I want to make sure we answer some of these questions that I saw in the chat. It was a few questions. We've been on here for like almost 3 hours and 36 minutes right now. So it won't take y'all too long. But if you have some questions in the chat, I'm sorry, they've been moving too fast and I didn't keep notes of them. We would like to answer some of the questions. If you are actively listening, just put some quick questions real quick. So Ron, while you state what you're going to state, because I saw you put your hand up, put some of your questions up and then we'll answer them.
Yeah, don't be deterred and scared because of what you're seeing on social media in South Africa. I know that they have the Operation Dudula and the March thing where the protesters are going around seeing who's a illegal immigrant and asking them for their documents and paperwork, and then some of them are getting beat and dragged out of their business. Okay, listen, guys, you got to understand, if you see a large crowd of people with a leader that is in Durban, and you could say, well, is it 50 people? Is it 100 people? And then you see them in East London, in the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape is about 7-hour drive from Durban. And then you got to think about this. Like, how are they getting there? Are they driving? Are they flying? Who's paying for the transportation? Who's paying for the accommodation? Who's paying for the food? And then when they leave the Eastern Cape, East London, and now you see them in Pretoria, well, it takes 14 hours to drive to Pretoria. How was this crowd getting to Pretoria from the Eastern Cape? And this crowd has the same leader and the same people, and the camera guys are filming, and the people are sharing this on social media. How are they getting there? Are they flying? Are they driving? Who's paying for the travel? Who's paying for the gasoline? Who's paying for the accommodations and the food? Then they leave Pretoria and they go to Johannesburg, CBD. I said, who's paying? But have they went to Cape Town yet? They didn't go to Cape Town. Cape Town is where all the Gentiles and the Jews and the color community and others are there. So there's a lot of illegal immigrants from Israel, Ukraine, Russia, and other European countries in Cape Town. Nobody's going to Cape Town and asking a Jewish person or European or a Russian or Ukrainian, hey, where's your paperwork? Where's your passport? Where's your proof that you're legal here in this country and you are able to have a business here? Nobody's asking the Jews that, and the Arabs. The Arabs are here, the Chinese, the Indians, the Pakistanis. Where are they? In Cape Town and other areas, there are communities in South Africa where the Jews are at, where the Indians are at, where the Pakistani and Afghans are at, where the Arabs are at. Why are they not going to these communities? In the communities where you can drive and see all these Jewish people walking. I know the communities in South Africa where there's a lot of Jewish people walking around, and you go there and you ask the person that's driving, is this a Jewish community? They'll say yes, because all you will see is Jewish people walking and driving the cars around that area. So why aren't they going there and stopping any Jewish person and saying, where's your paperwork? Where's your documents? Where's your visas at? They're not doing that. So we have to ask ourselves, if some of these things funded and sponsored by the elite to create division, discord, and create fear so that people in America say, I'm not going to South Africa. I'm not going to Nigeria. I'm not going to Ghana. I'm not going to Uganda, because now, because of this thing in social media, they have people in other countries like Nigeria is kicking out South Africans. Ghanaians are kicking out Nigerians. Nigerians want to kick out Ghanaians. Uganda is kicking out anybody that is black or maybe Chinese or Indian out of their country if they're illegal. So it's causing people now to ask anybody that's not a so-called citizen or native of that country, where's your paperwork? Where's your documents? You got a business. Do you have a license to operate this business here? You see, they're showing this all on social media because they want you to be apprehensive about coming to Africa. You
remember we said who's doing it? It is the same. These people do the same thing over and over, the same method. What do they do with between blacks and white folks here in America? Who's fomenting that?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Who's fomenting that? When you really look into it, there's some people who call themselves but are not, right? They're really the ones doing all of this, because what they're doing is they have an agenda. And I hate to say it, their agenda is a global agenda, to be honest, to take over the entire world, not just that greater, it ain't just greater this. It's the entire world. That's their whole. But guess what? If they have us fighting one another while they do what they do, you ain't gonna be looking at them. And it's the same thing in Africa. They got to fight one another. Now here goes the Nigerian, and you know how we are. They done divided. Say this is Nigeria, this is Ghana. Now they divided part of this land, so everybody believe they Nigerian. Everybody believe they Ghanaian, just like we believe we Americans. And I believe I'm Haitian and Bahamian. It's the same playbook, man, over and over again. So you won't look at them. And these people are notorious because they don't consider themselves Caucasians, and they'll use regular Caucasians and black folks to fight one another while they do their thing. That's really what's going on. And I think really, Rod, that's what you're alluding to. And so, and this is what's going on, man. We have to be a lot smarter. The Most High has given us the ability to see right now. Our eyes are open. It's obvious now. It obviously, so this person says, where does it end? I mean, I don't know what they mean by that. Maybe they can elaborate. Where does it end? What are they? I don't know what they're referring to, Ron, unless you can speculate.
What are they referring to?
I don't know. It just said, what does it end? So I'm not sure. Was there any questions? Let me see here. I'm checking to see if I see any questions. Is the focus South Africa only or anywhere in Africa?
No. we can duplicate and do these things in any country. It just requires leadership and unity and the formation of community. So because we have people that I know that are in Tanzania, they're in Kenya, they're in Zambia, they're in Angola, they're in Ghana, affiliates that they're not really doing much right now, but they need support. They need people to unify and to put their money where their mouths are at. And so that's how we can get things done. So if you don't want to go to South Africa, you want to go to say Tanzania, then I got people that's there in Tanzania. I got people that I know in Kenya that are there right now, and other countries like Angola and Zambia, Uganda. So we just need to start building our numbers up of people that are ready for action and group economics and supporting the foundational leaders that are pushing this project in Africa, because we're looking towards Africa, not America.
I think on the side note, somebody asked you, "Are you still practicing medicine?" I think they need it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't lost it, but since I've been in Africa, I haven't been in the hospitals in America. I've been mainly doing these kind of things with Africa and then Hebrews to Negroes.
Right. So he's saying he still got his license. He can still practice. I don't know. I don't know if they was trying to reach out to you because I guess they need medical advice or assistance or something. I'm not sure. But you all just email Ron, and then maybe he can kind of, guide you through all of that. Hold on a second. Just trying to see if I see anything else.
What do you want me?
I'm not sure. I'm just answering questions right now.
You gotta leave. Oh, you still
Okay.
working? Still working.
All right, yeah. So I don't really see any questions. I mean, no questions. So I'm gonna give Travonte. Remember, this is about the Final Call conference, man. We're looking to see if you guys can be there in the building physically in Dallas, Texas. The dates again, Ron. What was the date? June 12th and the 13th.
Yeah.
So June 12th and the 13th, Dallas, Texas. Make sure y'all get y'all ticket, but do it early so we can have a head count as to what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like tomorrow, next week, so and then so we can start planning out how many people are going to be there, things of that nature, so we can accommodate y'all as best as we can. So the sooner the better, because our people have a tendency. The last two conferences did last minute, you know what I'm saying? And it adds a lot more stress than what we really need in order to operate efficiently. So the sooner you get your tickets, the quicker it will be. No, we don't do virtually any other conferences. They're not virtual, they're physical. So there are things that we're trying to discuss that we don't really need it to be out there in the virtual land.
And I know there's a lot of people in the Texas. You got Austin, you got Dallas, you got Houston. You got surrounding states. This is an opportunity for you guys to come out. If you're part of a congregation or assembly in Texas, or even in surrounding states, then just simply come out. We don't have these conferences a lot in the Hebrew community, unless actually we don't. We have the feast days, but these are usually assembly, congregation, or camp affiliate feast days that you got to be a member. But this conference is for those that regardless of what camp you're in or assembly or congregation, if you're thinking like us and you want solutions and you know where America's headed, and you are trying to get out of America and you want to be with people that are thinking the same way, this is the conference you need to come to. And Travonte and myself are the people that are knowledgeable. The people that's going to be at the conference are going to be people that have actually lived in Africa, and they are good, vetted people that can help people that want to relocate to Africa, whether it's South Africa, whether it's Kenya, whether it's Tanzania, whether it's Uganda, Ghana, Angola, Zambia, Botswana. This is the conference you need to come to, because we'll be here, be there to assist, and you can meet us in person.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing all the people that's coming. It's going to be great. We're going to have a lot of information that you're just not going to get anywhere else. We've been the forerunners and been on the continent for the last 5 years, on and off. So If you're interested, please, 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 please don't hesitate to come. It's going to be worth it. I promise you.
Yeah, and so someone was asking about doing a conference in South Africa. Ron, me and Ron has talked about doing a conference in South Africa. Actually, sometimes towards the end of the year. So we have to plan it. It would be great to plan something like that where multiple people from the States can travel together with me and others and stuff like that to really show our support. And I announced that actually on the last live we did when we was talking about them banning Hebrews to Negro film in South Africa to see if we can do a conference so we can fight that. That's really one of the main reasons why we need to do something like that. So so we definitely need to come together in regards to that, but we definitely want to do a conference in South Africa.
Yeah.
Ron could speak to that a little bit.
No, that's coming. That's all day long. They know that if I'm in South Africa physically, it's no stopping the conferences. You can't ban me from speaking. You can't ban me from doing a conference and speaking on the mic. They can't do that. They know that. They can ban the movie, the first movie, but they can't ban me from speaking and having a conference or a workshop or a seminar or a revival in South Africa. They can't stop that. They know that. And what's in my head is more than what's in the movie that they banned. This is one movie, and everything that's in the movie is up here.
Yeah, someone said that sounds so dangerous. I'm not sure what they're referring to. Guys, when you make a comment, put some specifics in there so I can know what you're referring to. I mean, are you talking about the conference in South Africa? What are you talking about? So we need to know what is it you're referring to that's so dangerous. But when you walk with the Most High, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing can come against.
Why is it dangerous? I mean,
Yeah,
why,
I mean, America's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like you can walk out there and get shot. So I mean, I don't know if that's what you mean, but you're doing the work of the Most High. You cannot fear the work. And besides, He's given us the wisdom and how to move around and things of that nature. Yahushua should know exactly when to escape.
Yeah.
Ken Pachi. Okay, you said we're skipping the question, but I don't see the question though. So go ahead and put your question again. Sorry if we missed it. Put your question real quick, Kimpachi 7777, and then I can go ahead and ask the brothers what it is you're asking.
Who's Afro Think Tank? Who is that?
Afro Think Tank.
Do you know who that is, Travonte? Afro Think Tank?
Nah, I don't know who that is. Where you see that at?
Kimpachi 77777. He put that in the comments.
Afro Think Tank.
Yeah.
That name sounds familiar, but I don't
Okay,
know.
so my question was: has Ron asked Afro Think Tank to work together? His members seen his work when he built a borehole for the village community.
Yeah, but I gotta know who they are first to work together to see what they're doing. What country are they in? What country is that Afro Think Tank in?
Well, I mean, that basically answers the question. You don't know who he is, so naturally so that by default he has not worked with him, so we don't know who he is. I don't know who he is either.
Yeah.
Free link because you know how we saw that can be.
Oh yeah. Well, the movie is banned, so unless you want to get 5 years in jail in South Africa, you can't watch that one. You can watch the others.
Right. So I guess the only thing is in Africa, South Africa, in order we can try to get them to reverse it, but then that requires you calling your officials, protesting it. Don't watch it now. Don't be short of somebody because you go to jail, but you can definitely voice your opinion about it. So that's one of the things we can come to try to do a conference to come against that. Black-owned banks in Africa that we can open a checking account, savings account. Are there black-owned banks?
No, no. I will say it's a hard no because most of the banks in South Africa are owned by the British, the Dutch, and the Jews. Same thing in America.
Yeah.
The Gentiles on the banks.
That's why you need to have your own city, man. Like your own place where you can just do everything on your own. Let me see. I work with them. I have worked with him, Lord. Please don't say that I haven't. Come on, dude. Oh, no. I'm not saying you haven't worked with them. I said Ron has not worked with them. Yeah,
Right.
Ron said he doesn't know who that is. So that means Ron has not worked with Afro Think Tank. That's what I'm saying. Not you. So I think you misunderstood what I was saying.
So why do you think Travonte, not a lot of Hebrew Israelites are these YouTube channels are talking about going to Africa? Because aside from Teo Ministries, even though he hasn't been to Africa, there really is none. I mean, it's really no other people talking about going to Africa other than me and yourself. And I mean, who else is there? I mean, you look at the major organizations and assemblies and congregations and camps across the board, the vast majority, it's a hard no.
Yeah. I think a lot of these leaders are comfortable here in America, to be honest with you. They haven't really experienced a lot of the issues as far as whether it be financially or spiritual, whatever the case may be. I just think they feel as though America is not headed for sudden destruction, and maybe if it is headed for sudden destruction, they're going to be taken out before that time, and they won't have to go through anything. Or maybe they just look at the doctrine different. They look at the scriptures different, and maybe they think that we won't have to do anything, and we could just sit here, and when the Most High comes, we're all going to be taken out during that time. So I can't say why or whatever the case may be, but for whatever reason, they don't care to tell people what's obviously they'll say like, oh, America's Babylon, America's going to be destroyed or whatever case. Some might be saying that, but it won't be any solutions on how to get your family prepared to do that or to not be a part of the destruction.
Now, what I would say about that, especially when it comes to prophecy, I think a lot of people are afraid to teach it. A lot of leaders are afraid to talk about prophecy because they don't want to find themselves misinterpreting or like looking at it wrong. But prophecy is written though. So because it's written, that means it's there for a reason. It ain't just there to just stay in that book. So if the prophecies are in the Bible, that means we need to study them, and then we need to see the mystery behind all of that prophecy, because people might be afraid of the prophecies and don't really want to talk about that to their assemblies, but the prophecies are there. So somebody has to be bold enough to look within these prophecies to see where the instruction lies in there. You see what I'm saying? What it is that we're supposed to do, because the Bible is written for our instructions, for our learning, and for us to be able to understand it. So leaders who are bold enough to just say, hey, you know what? Let's dive into the prophecy, see what it's talking about. Is there any instructions within there? Or is it just like a highlight of what the Most High is about to do? Like, for instance, somebody had over there earlier, Isaiah 66, Joel 3:1 about judgment. You see what I'm saying? So you got where the Most High is going to judge the nations, but you also have where he says he's going to gather Judah as well. So it's like we can't conflate the two, because the judgment is the gathering happen first and then the judgment. You see what I'm saying? So we cannot get all confused about that, because I think they were saying it as if the Most High is going to judge the whole world. So why do we flee to Africa? Those are two different issues. Those are two different subjects. You see what I'm saying? So we can't really conflate the two. So Ron, speaking to that, because I saw that earlier, because it says the Most High is going to judge the whole world. So why go anywhere?
Well, look, the Bible tells us in Ezekiel 33, the watchman warns the people of the dangers coming, and the death and destruction is on his hand if he sees what's coming and he doesn't warn the people. But the scriptures in 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 of Ezekiel tells of a time where the Israelites are going to be coming back, the ones that are obviously scattered, the remnant, and they're going to come back and they're going to live in peace, rest, and safety. They're going to eat and lie down. They're going to have the increase of the fruit of the land that's going to now work for them, so that no longer are they going to be hungry in their land and bear the shame and the mockery of the heathen that looks at us as though we have this Garden of Eden land, but we don't know what to do with it, and we're starving and hungry and unemployed and impoverished in our land. So this is like the shame of the heathen that's happening, but the prophecies state that we are going to have a time of increase and prosperity in the land of Canaan prior to the last battle on earth, which is the battle of Armageddon. So
I was just going to ask you that, because I know a lot of people have that question. What happens first? The gathering, the regathering, or the last battle?
The gathering, because you can't.
Well, hold on. There's a reason why I ask you that. And ask everybody. If the regathering happens first, everybody always say, Yahushua regathers everybody. Okay, but how can he simultaneously, he's going to gather everybody and also the last battle? So if his second coming, if his second coming is coming, so is he coming to regather and then he's coming again to the last battle?
No, that's in it's in Luke 20, it's in Luke 21. It says immediately after the tribulation. And it says that then you will see the sign of the Son of Man coming in the clouds with his army. This is so Christ is telling you in Luke 21 that after the tribulation, don't expect to see Christ coming in the sky or the clouds like in Revelation. Don't expect to see him coming for you until after the tribulation. So
is that where the scripture where it talks about that you're counted worthy to escape the things that are coming?
It's the same one, yeah.
Right. So if you counted worthy to escape the things that are coming, and then immediately after the tribulation. So that's food for thought, you guys. Like, okay, if the regathering happens first, the question is, who's doing the regathering?
Yeah. So actually, this is it right here. I'm gonna read it. It says,
what's the verse so that they can know? Chapter and verse.
Wait, let me on my phone. Hold on. Okay, Matthew 24. It's actually Matthew 24, verse 29, and it says that immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven shall be shaken. So it's talking about everything in the book of Revelation. The sun going black, the moon going black, the stars falling from the heaven to the earth. And then it says in verse 30, and then after the tribulation shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And of course, the people on earth, the tribes on earth will mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. This is talking about when Christ comes back riding on a white horse, and he's in the clouds with the army behind him, getting ready to smite the nations. So it's telling you that the tribulation, you guys are going to have to go through that. I'm sorry, you're going to have to go through the tribulation.
Right. I mean, because when I read the scriptures, that was clear to me that I'm like, oh my God, we're going through the tribulation. Christ ain't come back yet. You see what I'm saying? During the tribulation. And it's crazy because that's why he was like, well, be careful that you would be, paraphrasing, count worthy to escape the things that are coming. Right. And it's crazy. This person with it's a long name, Namaya Yisrael Phoenix Rose 7 says that this person said, I actually tend to think our slowness to move is what is holding the Most High hands from moving forward. I always believe that. The reason why I believe that, because there was an episode in the scripture where someone was delaying the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, which was Lot. The angels was like, man, you got to get up out of here, man. I can't do nothing until the Most High, until you leave this place. And that is your instruction. You're supposed to leave. You are the one that were counted worthy to escape Sodom and Gomorrah. So you better leave. Now, when you leave, then I can do what I need to do. But a lot of us, I believe, there's a place where the Most High said, I'm going to destroy this place in 1 hour. Now, I personally believe it's America. That's just the way I look at it until somebody show me something different. I believe that's America. And I believe at the end of the day, our slowness is probably what's going to cause him not to do whatever he wants to do now. But I could be wrong. You see what I'm saying? But I mirror that because he said we know this place is called spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah as well. You know what I'm saying? So there's going to be, to me, when I read the scripture, sometimes there seems some duality in terms of prophecy that I'm seeing, or similarities, or things that were written in the last days. These things are going to happen, and it's going to look like what happened, in the past too. So history repeats itself, nothing new under the sun. So when you look at these things happening, I think the Most High is trying to show us something through these prophecies, and our behavior and how we behave towards the scripture. You see what I'm saying? I believe our behavior really shows us a lot in terms of what it is that he's trying to do as well. Anything else, Ron?
Nope. It's just we've been on here 4 hours. The link for the conference is thenegronetwork.com, Dallas, Texas, June the 12th to the 13th. It's either you guys going to come or you're not going to come. I mean, we laid it out. People have to start believing and not doubting and being rebellious and rejecting this truth and information. It's on you. It's like the SAW slogan. What is it? Live or die. The choice is yours. Mm-hmm. It's your choice. It's your choice at the end of the day.
Any last words?
How bad do you want to live? How bad do you want to live and survive what's coming? If you want to live and survive what's coming really bad enough, you're going to try to see how you can get out of America and come to the conference.
Well, Ron, if you keep saying that, they might say, well, Ron, those who seek to preserve their life or save their life will lose it. Okay.
They can lose a life, yeah, but then they'll be given the white robes and be told to wait until the rest of your brethren are going to be killed as you were. So yeah, you could die in the tribulation and then get your white robe, and then while the tribulation is happening, you're going to say, when are you going to avenge our death? And like in Revelation chapter 6 and 7, it says you got to wait a little bit longer until the rest of your brethren are killed like you are.
So Ron said, I got a wife, I got 10 kids, 9 kids, whatever, and I gotta what? Do my duty as a husband to what? Save their life. That's your responsibility.
I'm not trying to die if I don't have to.
There you go. Now, I don't have really nothing to say. Just if you guys have any questions about the conference or anything concerning issues, just reach out either to me at my first name, Travonte.moody@yahoo.com, and Ron can put his email up there. If you have any questions about where to stay or anything like that, if you are coming from out of the state, and then also anything else, any other concerning matter. So we're here to help.
All right, man. I want to thank everybody for coming on. Again, Jay Lutch earlier, of course, your POQ for always showing out, helping out with the back end stuff. Ron, of course, always you, and Travonte, thank you for coming on. Hopefully next week, like you said, we're going to try to come on next week as well. Ron always have nuggets to give y'all. We'll come back next week to help promote this conference, to try to wake y'all up, whatever. Have y'all any questions, we'll be able to answer. All we're trying to do is do the right thing by our people so that the Most High can get all the glory that he's the only one that deserves. And so we want to thank everybody. Again, it is the www.thenegronetwork, www.thenegronetwork.com. That's where they can get the tickets, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So go on there. Everything is on there. If you have any questions whatsoever, all the information for the contacts is going to be on the website as well. I think that's pretty much it. So I want to say shalom to everybody, and may the Most High bless every one of you that were listening. And please spread this live, sign, or subscribe to the channel if you've not. Look, y'all, I'm gonna try to do my best to come on as much as possible. I know I don't come on here very often. Look, sometimes I don't like being on the screen, but you know, sometimes your calling is your calling. So we'll try to do as much things a little more frequent, so that you guys can stay educated. All right, shalom.
Shalom.